Welcome. If you're joining us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. For the ill-fated Session 49! Alright, so we're still in the dragon fight, the fight against Grugash, an epic battle that has spanned sessions now, and we are at the cusp of a change. So what's happened in the last session was one of our party has been bestowed patronage, if you will, became a patron to Orsivis, a deity that is upon the Shadowfell, king of dreams, the mind viper, an illusionist of sorts. That gift, not extended lightly, became a bargain. As Orsivis has displayed and demonstrated before, they are a bargaining deity, and they are self-serving. There's two parts of this. One of the bargains was slay Grugash. Okay. Now, to slay Grugash, Orsivis had removed something that empowered the dragon. And that is changing for all of you here in an instant on their turn. So when we get to that, I will roleplay that and showcase what is happening to the dragon on their turn. The second bargain was to obtain Grugash's spawn, an egg, within their lair, and to bring it to the Siltoric Tower, where you would simply give it over to Orsivis. In exchange, a weapon would be provided. Now, this is not done lightly, because what this might end up being is being allies to Orsivis also means you cannot move against them. So the marshes of the Unveiling could be here to stay. And your intentions of slaying deities, at least this one, put to a halt. Remains to be seen in terms of what you all decide. One of your party members has declared it themselves, and their life could be hung in the balance depending on what you all figure out. So, all right. That's it. That's all I got. Everyone ready?
Let's do this shit.
No, but it's too late to say that.
So, we're going to come to the start of round 9. Lucar, you have just revivified Thanos. In that moment, Thanos, you were inside Gabriel Keep in the domain of Orsivis. Fortress of Torment, a particular floating piece of rock that exists somewhere. Of course, privy to any of that information, privy to any of the interiors of that keep. You have awoken with a gasp. You're still technically prone here. You're on the ground being revived. And Lucar, after giving them the revive. Whoa, vortex tunnel! Take it, can you hear us?
You're so loud.
He's in a helicopter.
I had to mute him. Take it, I self-muted you. You gotta fix your audio, bro.
And he's gone.
Oh no. Alright, let me send a message out to them. Okay. Now, Lucar, you revivify after bringing them up and then moving them to safety, right, in terms of position. You are still pretty fairly potted up here. And
I have
and
all
so
of
that-
the buffs.
Yeah, you get all of the buffs right now. So
Question is, do you have enough spell slots to refresh haste before you get stunned in like 2
yeah,
turns?
so your haste will be over in the 2 turns, right? So you don't have very much time on your haste left. Now, when we come to Grugash's turn here, you can see that Grugash is in the charmed incapacitated state of the hypnotic pattern, which is concentrated on by Tegan. And there's this wash, a wave of energy as it kind of extends outwards from them. And that wash in energy as it extends outwards from them is this black cloud of shroud as it kind of strikes and flows out of them. Very abrupt, and then eventually is like a fog cloud that just kind of rolls and falls off of them like a mist. And as it does, you can see that some of their wounds become a little bit more grievous. Right? Some of the slashes and the sorts of discolorations of their body are just a little bit more. The cuts and slices in the wings and things are more spread out, and they seem more impacted from the wounds that have been dealt before. The size of the dragon doesn't change. And you're not unclear as terms of its strength, because it's not really moving around right now too much, right? It's still kind of dazed and slicing from back and forth and back and forth. And remember, the acid still drips down, still falls in response to what has happened to Grugash. The acid is still at play. In addition, at the start of their turn here, there's a movement of some of the vines, as there are more creatures, these myconids, that begin to unfurl themselves in response to the dragon. They are going to roll their initiatives now. And depending on where they are in the order, they're going to now run and come to the aid of the dragon and attempts to wake it up from its stupor. Okay? As the end of Grugash's turn, Grugash has no turn to take, as they're still in this incapacitated, charmed state. They're going to end their turn. We now come to one Myconids who rolled exceptionally high, happens to be just on the north side of the dragon. Now, I want to give Tegan, I muted you. I don't think I did a server mute, so you should be able to unmute yourself.
Oh yeah, sounds good.
Hey.
On the Discord app, so I tried the browser, and the browser just blew up my microphone for some reason.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I muted you for me because I didn't want the audio to come through on the stream. I didn't do a server mute, so I
no,
unmuted
you're all
you
good.
for-
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I
unmute
couldn't
Ping is
hear
only
myself, so-
100.
Wow,
Yeah.
that is.
I was gonna
easy.
say
Hey, don't jinx him.
No, you can take my brother because he's letting me use his PC today. So
it's
shout out to
amazing.
Shout
Wow,
out to fam.
you're gonna feel the power. Let me tell you.
he's gonna be like, I can actually play today. What is this?
that. Also, what's this little funny shaped thing that lets me drag across the screen? It's wild. I've never seen one of these before.
Right, yeah. It's like it's Star Trek where Scotty picks
Yeah.
up the mouse. He's like, "Hello, computer."
Exactly. This
Yes,
making it
You're all
here.
too young for that reference. I apologize.
And the keys are connected to the screens.
I got the reference. So, all right, Tegan, Brendan, are you good?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Okay. So this making it here is rolled high onto the order, and this making it is now going to make its action to dash. Get underneath the wing, and as such, it used its action to dash and can't use its action to wake the dragon from the stupor. These Myconids are not very fast, so in terms of distance, it's simply running, trying to get hold of somewhere underneath the dragon to do what it can to awaken them. Thanos, you're up next.
So Thanos is gonna stand up and like brush himself off all nonchalantly. The dragon's gifts are gone, I have made a deal with Orsivus. We should take advantage of this. And I'm actually just gonna like peek my head out, and I'm gonna shoot this Mechanid so that way I don't go into the acid.
See, this one is wounded from actual area of effect spells. It's caught into the realm, and so it's barely pulling itself out. It's in bits and pieces and tatters, and the 12 flies through and just kind of hits it into the shoulder. It just kind of hangs in the vines and thorns, and eventually is kind of reabsorbed.
I can cast Fairy Fire on the dragon if somebody can get me healthy enough to go out there. Well, that might.
Now come to this one, making a dash and attempts to run. Varys, you're up next.
Varys is gonna run out, jump on the hand, and then have the hand carry him all the way over here.
Okay. Just know you actually can drag both at the same time, and it will move you both. So
Oh, I didn't know that.
yeah, if you can select both of them and then just click one and just move them as a group.
Oh, okay. And then he'll hop off of the hand. Oh, never mind. Sorry. He won't hop off the hand. Now he'll hop off the hand. And he'll think in his head, he's like, hey, can you make those clones again? That was extremely helpful.
Okay. You're thinking in your head this way. I also want to say mounting and dismounting, remember, in terms of movement speed, half and half. So technically you don't have any movement speed left to actually move yourself. So getting on the hand is mounting, and then getting off the hand is a dismount. Okay?
Okay.
So with speaking into your mind, you begin to probe for the voice, and you see the voice is very dwindled and slightly powerless. I need a rest, my love. My energy is spent.
It's okay. Thank you. He will firebolt the one under Grugash's.
Setting off a firebolt on this Mechanid 24 is going to connect through and decent damage with 10 points of fire. It kind of hits backwards in the back, and it kind of stumbles forward for a brief moment, but continues to press forward.
And that would my turn.
Erwin, you're up next.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna run over to old Thanos, and I'm just gonna be like, man, you took a little beating there, buddy. Does this hurt when I put pressure here? And I'm just like mashing into the biggest wound I see with my hand as I channel my divinity and preserve life, giving Thanos 41 points of the health pool.
So you're getting a 41.
Yeah, up to half. Up to
half.
half his health. Yeah, so 41 total to bring him to 42.
Okay. Then so you can make that change manually.
And then I'm just gonna push through him and then say, well, we're doing this again, and just go as far as I can.
Okay. Tegan, you're up next.
Decisions. Is Lucar still flying at this point?
Lucar has a minute long of their flight. The gem flight lasts for a minute, I do believe, and you use gem flight on the second round. So technically your gem flight will go to round 11.
Okay. In that case, I'm just gonna slightly adjust myself after seeing Thanos come back from the dead. Take a deep breath and go ahead and sprint down. Can I make it over here at all?
No. Your movement
No.
speed is 30 feet. You also have to get through Lucar and Thanos. I will say that for the intended purposes, I won't have them be difficult terrain for passing.
Okay. Okay. Then I'll go ahead and I guess as an action, I'll just cure wounds Thanos.
What? You got the cure wounds 14 here for you.
And then I'll just take my movement to get down with everybody else down here.
Okay.
And I think that's all I have at the moment. So I'll end my turn there.
Okay. Ending turn. This is where I have slight disappointment to tell you, because there is something that you all did not account for. There is a creature that has been charmed by one of your party members. Peyton, do you remember what you told the creature to do?
I do. I told him to attack Grugash.
Go take
Like-
a nap, right? I'm pretty
And what do you
sure
think
they'll
the
go take a nap.
creature has been doing in the water while Grugash is down there?
Probably getting ready to
Sleeping.
attack Grugash.
Has been actually attacking Grugash and successfully dealt damage to Grugash. The creature is still pursuing Grugash and has spent the last turn in movement and now is actually capable of getting to where Grugash is for an attack. This is where I'm
figured
going to
that happened.
put them underneath here. I'm going to adjust them just slightly based on where they would be emerging from. This is the rest of their movement speed, because Grugash actually is quite a successful swimmer. So talk about traversing maps and depths and things. It took a while. Now the creature will be taking a series of attacks upon. First, we'll go for a constrict. 15 will miss. Second attack is a bite. The 14 will miss. Creature missed both attacks, ending its turn still within the acid, immune to the condition.
Oh,
Were you all sweating there for a little bit?
I just figured it was gonna happen, so I'd
Yeah.
kind of already made peace with it.
That's not. I have to move him there because underneath the wing, that's not successful. I will also. Here, let me give me 1 second. I want to do this for you because I think it's very important. You can see the actual modifiers of this creature. Which has plus 10 to hit, and this to both of them. So
So you
You are-
rolled
you are-
a 4 and a 5?
I don't pull my punches. I don't pull the punches. So just so you know, I didn't roll for it. All right. And then if you want to retcon the spiritual weapon, you can to move it closer to attack range if that's what you wish. But you can't hold action on the spiritual weapon.
Right. Well, I wanted to move it to the fungus and hit it, the one that was injured, because I could have.
20 feet like here.
Yeah.
Okay, you should still technically be able to do it, but if not, I'll manually do it for you. So
All
it's
right.
just movement that it hinders for the turn order. We can retcon, it's fine. All right, 19 will hit. 7 points of
Thank
force
you.
damage. Oh yeah. Is those modifiers accurate? Plus 9, plus 2,
They should be.
plus 11. Damn, Erwin.
Yeah, man. My wisdom's cracked.
Let's see
Where's
here.
the plus
Correct,
2 coming
yo.
from?
I don't know what the plus 2. I think you were supposed
Is
to
that
just
strength?
I think it's just supposed to be a
No.
flat plus a plus 9.
Because it should be your wisdom plus your proficiency bonus, right?
Yeah, it should be a flat plus 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why that plus 2 is.
Okay. They fixed. Okay, so they did. When I updated it, they fixed the thing. They put a CR on it, so it's giving it a plus 2 proficiency. So I manually changed it to do the plus 9. All good. The 17 is still going to hit. Deals 7 points of force damage. The creature is alive as you bash it. So that creature's still up, ready to go. This Myconid here is simply going to make a dash to try to get into space underneath the wing. Maldur, you're up next.
All right. Get yourselves into position. I suspect we do not have very long.
Man's about to leap.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can do that, or I can kill the mushroom. One or the other. Can't do both.
Well, there's
Yeah.
another one.
There's another
instead.
mushroom is the problem, but it goes last.
Oh,
Maldur, you
Don't
take
worry.
7 points of acid damage because you actually were outside at this point. Your echo was outside as well, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
So the
Yeah, it'll be
echo
gone.
is going to take that damage as well. It's going to be gone.
Was that including the resistance?
That was not including resistance. Let me put 4 back to you then. And then I have to calculate. I was going to do this in a batch. I was just going to do a flat roll for all the mechanids because they're technically the acid as well. So I'm going to take 3. Keep going. Sorry.
of course, he rolls a 3 for them.
So the near death Mechanid is still alive.
After the acid damage dealt, yes.
In fact, what I'm about to do. Because that one goes first.
Mm-hmm.
So if we don't kill it, this is our last turn. If we kill it, everybody gets another turn.
Mhm.
Probably. Or at least
Well,
some
that-
people will.
Are you betting
Yeah.
the turn order?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just debating, like, would Maldor charge to get a better... Because I can't attack him anyway, so it's
But
like
you
I
have
can
to-
get closer, but
Yeah.
he also knows the Mechanids are going to wake it up. So
Yeah.
it's-
This one is in range as well on its turn.
yeah, that's true.
So technically, it's just, to think about where they're at.
Yeah, it probably doesn't matter. So he's just going to dash.
Boing!
It's so funny.
And then bonus action, resummon the Echo.
Okay.
Let's see. 15, put that right
The
there.
holy weapon you still have, it lasts for an hour, so that
Yes.
that's not going to run out for you.
Hmm.
Yeah, the holy weapon.
Maybe he won't be immune to it anymore. That'll be good. And then Linda's turn.
This creature was never immune to it. It was the knight that you were.
Oh,
facing
she was
against.
the one that was immune to it.
Yeah, she was the
Gotcha.
one. Mhm.
I don't think you actually got to hit Grugash because
No.
just got
No, I just
wall
got
up for
slapped.
fucking
You
Yeah.
haven't
18
actually had an
burns.
opportunity to swing the holy weapon.
That's right, you got stunned right when
Alright,
you were
Lucar,
about
you're
to.
next.
Triple smacked and then stunned, yeah.
Triple smacked it. It's dead.
You're
Sounds like
muted,
a sounds like a Kiki night.
Grugash doesn't have a safe word.
Yeah, no safe word there.
The safe word was "I'll consume you all."
I'll
Right.
consume you all.
Nah, safe word was Daddy Orcivus, dude.
Daddy Orcivus. Well, now it's Daddy Orcivus.
Please.
We got 3 children now inside of this one layer.
Nah, I
This is a
Yeah.
shitty reboot of Step Brothers.
Somebody disowned them.
Yeah. I said, "Old one, please." Write up the divorce papers.
Are you?
Right.
So are you saying? Hold on. Are you saying that
Been emancipated.
Thanos and Varys are the step brothers, right? The Grugash is the what?
That would
Okay.
make so much
The
sense.
family. Yeah, that's great. All right, Luke.
Goddamn Catalina Wine Mixer.
Goddamn Catalina wine. All right, Car, sorry, it's your turn.
They're gonna go do karate in the garage. It's great.
Nah, Varys has
What did I
super
come
magic
back
now
to?
that I'm a warlock.
Okay. So I am just going to fly with my hasted dash.
Okay.
Somewhere in here.
Your haste and your fly are both ending soon. So being
It
above
says
the
I have
acid-
18 seconds, so it's this turn, next turn, and then the next turn after
Yeah.
that. And then
Yeah.
it's
So
done, right?
on round 11, at the end of your turn, it will end.
And we're on round.
We are on
9.
round 9. Yeah. So you casted it. You did not cast it like
Yeah.
right off the rip. You waited a round, right, to get in
Yep.
position.
Yep.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure you weren't going to get stunned and then stop flying over the pool of acid like that would be bad.
That would
You
not
know
be
what? Honestly, worse things have happened.
Honestly, it just
Maybe,
cleanses
yeah.
the skin. It gets in those pores a lot better than regular
It'll
water.
polish all those jewels. You'll be fine.
Worse things
Yeah.
have happened. Okay, and am I in attack distance here?
Yes, you are.
I'm going to hold an attack
Okay.
for if he wakes up. Or
So
as soon as he wakes up.
As soon as the charm incapacitated ends, you're going to attack.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's it.
Okay. Ending turn. Now come to Grugash. Grugash is still under the implications of the hypnotic pattern. The vow of enmity is still upon them, and remember that the vow of enmity is in the same round 11 as well, because you prompted the channel divinity at the same time. I believe, or was it round 10 that you did the channel divinity?
I can't do Gem Flight and Divinity at the same time because they're both bonus actions. So I think it would have
Yeah.
been Gem Flight first and then Vow of Enmity
Gem
second.
fight first and then vow. So round 12.
I think that's
was
I
the
think that's
vow.
how.
Round
Right?
12.
I think
yeah.
Round 12.
Right, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Because he had to
Because
get
Vow of
back
Enmity is 10 feet, so we'd have to fly there
You'd have to
first.
be
Yeah,
like
get
right
there
there,
first.
yeah. Okay, just wanted to clarify because I don't have a time thing for the vow of enmity, right? So that one we have to look back. But I agree. Around 12 sounds accurate there. So at the end that will end. So you're holding the attack action to swing, getting ready as you come through. You see as the creature's wane, you're kind of coming to the neck region of the dragon, right as it's whirling from left to right. We have Grugash now. The acid is still raining down, right? So this is not ending in terms of this constant effect, seeing the dragon debilitated such as this. And so the acid falls through. Now, Grugash takes no damage from the acid there. And some of you did not start your turns in the acid, so no damage was thrown through. Just know, though, that you're inside the belly. You're now in the layer itself on the surface here. And so the acid is going to be raining upon you at the start of your turns. We now come to this Myconid. And the reason why we come to this Myconid is we have to do acid for this Myconid, because not just acid for all of you, but also for the Myconids is happening here. So this Myconid is going to succumb to 9 points of acid damage and dissolves
Bye-bye.
before they can take their action. Thanos, you're next.
Alright. How far from Grugash? 120 feet. Okay. We are going to bonus action Gift of Orsivis.
Yeah,
on
I
the
don't think.
platform.
Yeah, hopefully the effect. I think it does.
And then can't click my token.
You have the measure.
No, I have the click. I can't actually select my token for some reason. Let me refresh.
I think it was after the gift. Let me see if I can put your token down, because I think the same effect is happening. Can you move one of them?
Nope, I can't move either one of those.
Okay, hold on.
Let me try the measure tool. Maybe it'll just move me. If I
No,
hit
no, it
space.
won't. Cycle back.
You have returned from the
Okay.
Shadowfell to learn that you are paralyzed.
Here we go.
I think it wasn't. I don't think it was the gift. I think it happened to do with the creature dying and then coming to
Yeah.
your turn. I don't think it basically was like it's not your turn. So
Does this put me? Okay. Echo may not like me, but that's fine. I am going to.
He's gonna die at the beginning of the turn anyway because of acid.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Going to throw a fairy fire over towards me.
Oh, he's immune to that anyway, for sure.
no, it's technically the echo isn't in that template.
God, he flipped around.
Yeah,
He was
he's
so
also
scared.
he's also going to get a little distorted in pixelation because of stuff. So
Oh my
just a fair warning, because
You
what
made
it
the
does
dragon
is
bigger. Good
it
job.
it makes it
Dude.
bigger. It makes it bigger and then puts a thing underneath it. So it'll get a little bit more pixelated, but still, it's still fun. Just don't zoom in on it.
That
So
will
as you
be
throw,
the end of-
as you throw the fairy fire off here, You can see that the creature underneath is going to succeed also. You can probably just throw it up at the head, and that is going to just target it with the Fairy Fire, right? So you can just get the 1 on turns. Now, the incapacitated state of what they kind of flood prey to is actually still going to get, right, a saving throw, even though they're incapacitated.
Yep.
And they actually have failed that saving throw. So as they're kind of whirling from left to right, it's very true, kind of then they're hit by that Fairy Fire. The rest of it begins to spread across the rest of their body and seems to hold true that the Fairy Fire has some success.
All right, I will end my turn there.
All right, ending turn. We now come to this Myconid. This Myconid is going to come 20 feet to here and still outside of range, so it's going to take a dash action to get to here. Varys, you're next.
The Arcane Hand's gonna move its full 60 feet here, be in range, and then I'm gonna hold my action to use the stone as soon as he becomes not charmed, not incapacitated.
Okay, so you're going to hold your action to try to use the stone to do what? We got to be specific here.
I want him to claw his throat out. I want him to attack himself.
You want him to attack himself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself?
Hit himself with advantage.
Self-advantage.
Anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay, and that's when the incapacitated charm condition ends. Okay.
Yep.
All right, this Myconid is...
Is it too late to change that? I would rather it be when someone hits him.
You want to do it when someone attacks him. Which person?
No. Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm overthinking it. I'll just do it when the state ends.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. So we're going to have acid being dished out here. The acid is going to be towards you, Varys. But as the acid falls through, the black tri scales begin to form. Taking no damage there, and then the damage to this Myconid is 5 points of acid damage as it begins to fall. They make their dash action to come through. I think I actually forgot to roll it on the other one as well, so we go ahead and start giving these out. 7 points of acid damage to this one, and then we're going to end the turn. We now come to this creature. This creature is going to use their 20 feet here. Technically, is going to be in range of the token box, and is going to use their action to wake up Grugash from the stupor of the hypnotic pattern. So now we're going to end that charmed and that incapacitated condition as the Myconid begins to send spores outwards over the tail region of Grugash, begins to infiltrate through the tail, and you see Grugash's eyes like snap open and rise further from the delirious state of half closed with some of the slits interworked from the sides of them, because this amphibious creature can see in this water, so it has different eye coverings, and you can see it just slowly begin to kind of rise and quicken its pace as it begins to pull itself up. Now, Tegan, you are still concentrating the hypnotic pattern because there are 2 creatures in the vinework underneath it that are actually still implicated. They're still actually affected by the hypnotic pattern. So they're, you can always end it if you wish, but technically you're still doing something with that spell, and you know that because you're concentrating, you can feel that presence of spell, right?
Gotcha.
Okay, so as that happens, we have hold actions to be taken place. In fact, I think only one hold action here. First off is Lucar, and then the second hold action will be Varys with the stone. Go ahead and take them whenever you want.
Let's even walk away to start making food.
Are you serious?
He's
I was
on
gonna
home,
say.
so he can't make an omelet while he's playing.
Oh, that's fair.
No, my laptop's being really slow.
Gotcha. All right, 20 will hit.
Hey,
Oh,
let's
that's
go
going to
big
do
game.
36 total points of damage as you come slicing through the neck region of the creature. You can see the blade, as it comes through, the blood begins to pour out of the dragon and then begins to soak into the blade as it begins to harness it. That's going to be your reaction. You can see that More. Now
It's
it's
just
going
ran.
outside now. It's going
It gave up.
outside. It's giving up. And then, Varys, we now have you. So you're going to take the stone out and attempt to hold it out in the direction of the dragon. This, unfortunate, is going to also be a range factor here. You're within 60 feet, so you're going to be within range. I need you to make an intelligence saving throw, please. Natural
No.
1.
Oh, Chrono Shift?
No, reaction was taken to do
Oh,
the
because
action.
you're holding it.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, as you hold out the stone and brace against the power of the stone and attempt to command something such as this, you are immediately overwhelmed in the minds of your barrier. The barriers begin to break, degrade, and then the force and the will of the dragon itself is pulled through. The connection bond. You're taking away to command, but it also is pushing back upon you. Yin and yang, both forces here. The stone seems to have control, has power over the dragon, but the dragon equals that or even supersedes that, which is what history has told us throughout periods. As that happens, the wave of psychic damage to your mind is quite significant. As it begins to be pulled through, your mind is raped, psychic damage, and you succumb to 30 total points psychic damage. Prompt you for concentration of your arcane hand. Concentration succeeds. Your arcane hand is still there, barely meeting the DC. Now, one thing to note here is the command that you provided through the stone as well was met with significant resistance. To do self one harm. Right? To do harm to oneself. It's not that this is your feeling, it's not that this is not possible. It's that it is significantly more difficult. And to a dragon such as this, and the power that it wields, even with Orcivis's empowerment gone, still great. Erwin, we now come to you. At the beginning of your turn, you can see that the dragon has pulled itself through and is tacked in the neck and lets out a small roar as it pulls backwards. Maybe even yet to realize the lack of empowerment to itself.
All right. Let's see. First, jump across here. I'm gonna make my way towards Varys. Bonus action. Can't even click on my spiritual weapon. There's so much stuff going on. Well, if you could have the spiritual weapon target the Myconid for me.
Okay.
And
Go
then
for a swing
have
with it.
Yeah, have a swing with it because I can't click on it.
Like it was buried under the neon
Yeah.
dragon.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wanted us to have advantage on the attack roll.
No, I'm
Rave
with it.
dragon.
Yeah. Absolutely a rave dragon.
I can click on it, but yeah, no, 11 is going to be a miss as it swings through. I unfortunately
Okay.
got a 2 on the roll.
How could you?
That's what happens
Yeah,
when you
keep
let him
rolling
roll
like
for
that.
you.
Sorry.
And then let's see how far I am. 75. What's the range on this? 60? Crap. I'm gonna do something I've never done before. I'm gonna take out my crossbow and shoot at the dragon.
Another one appears. A rival has entered.
Taking a 24
Oh,
hits.
Let's go!
You know, 7 points of piercing damage. You land into the chest area of this large gargantuan creature.
Yeah, it's not smoking or anything, but Erwin just blows the tip of the crossbow as he ends his turn.
Okay. Now, something to note here, the acid is no longer raining down. That has ceased as soon as the dragon has kind of stopped. However, there could be a later action to try to initiate that further. It's unclear. At the end of your turn, Erwin, we now have a legendary action taken by the dragon. As it does, it comes swinging its tail in the direction of Lucar. The 34 smashes down into you, Lucar, dealing 20 total points of bludgeoning damage as it comes smashing, whipping its tail upwards, coming down on top of you. You're having to fly out of the way to try to get yourself into a better spot. As it does, it kind of comes crashing down, clips you onto the shoulder, and then begins to pull you down. I do want to say, you rolled with advantage there. Steven?
I just clicked the button. I don't know.
Okay. It seems that you might have clicked the plus icon on the icon because it threw the advantage out to you. Just an FYI. Looks like the first die roll was the higher one, so that's fine. Just be mindful where you're clicking the little dice icon because then it will go through. I don't think there's anything on you that gives you advantage for concentration checks. So, but I gotta go through your character real quick. Yeah, I don't see anything. Okay. As you succeed on your concentration of the haste, Tegan, you're up next.
Okay. I'm just gonna take my movement as close as I can get. Can I only get to here, or do I have 5 more feet?
You have 5 more feet. Again, it's not difficult to just top over that little spot. Just get to the other
Right.
side.
So, bonus action. Gonna look at Grudgash and use my unsettling words and say, "Wow, that's the first time I heard that sound effect." Say, "We're not Daddy's favorite anymore, are we?" And go ahead and burn one of my bardics. Subtract a 6 from his roll.
Okay.
And use Synaptic Static.
Okay. Based on the Lucar, you're just kind of cut at the edge, so I'm just gonna make your roll just for the work order to come through. There is that bug where it's kind of targeting things in the outside of the template. And imagine you don't want to throw it at Lucar, so I'll get there.
Not particularly.
It'll be fine.
Not particular.
Not particularly. Are
Not
you,
my spiritual weapon.
Are you trying to target the Dragonling as well?
Yeah.
Oh, rip that tree.
Alright, so the Dragonling is going to take 31 total points of psychic damage from that attack. Grudgash is going to save.
Wow.
You're going to take 15 points of damage and do not succumb to the secondary conditions.
That's tough.
You got a natural 20.
What a fucker.
Someone's hate!
Chrono
I mean-
shifted.
I hate the
I mean,
dragon. What do you
He's
mean?
Yeah, I
been
mean,
bullying
that's-
us for 3 fucking weeks.
Yeah, what do you mean?
It's our job.
Oh, I'm sorry, Grudgash. Poor you.
I'm
You've
sorry.
been
I'm
disowned
so
by your father and
sorry.
shit. I'm so sorry.
Now we're gonna kill you.
Your father
Um,
wants us to kill you.
That's it
so-
for me, I guess.
Okay. Alright, so at the end of your turn, and before we get started, the dragon is going to take a legendary to swing its tail again at Lucar here. Lands a 33, hits into you for 18
Nice.
points of bludgeoning damage. As it comes back, whipping you down, and the tail now comes back up towards you and is targeting you and focusing you as if the tail comes back and forth. Prompts you for concentration.
No. Hope you got another one of them there vortex orbs.
It's a natural 1 on my screen.
How much did it hit me for?
18 points of bludgeoning damage, but the die roll was a natural 1.
Oh shit.
Yep.
What just happened?
So, you have a critical failure with this concentration check. Regardless of the modifiers, it is going to be a failure. Okay, that's how I play criticals. Always successful, always failures, regardless of the rolls, based on the die. So you expend your Bardic Inspiration in a desperate attempt to try to maintain your haste, but you are unable. Concentration on the haste ends. The bless from the Bardic Inspiration falls through. In terms of height,
It's unfailing, right? So he gets to keep it.
yeah, no, I'm going to put it back.
Okay.
So yeah, just going to cycle through on the little icons just in case. So refresh and the vicinity bugs or anything like that will lessen the effect. So, Lucar, I need to know how high you are off of the acid. Are you just above the level?
I moved a full 120
But you
for my movement.
But you 5 feet off the ground. You don't fall instantaneously. It's at the start of your turn. You will fall into the acid. Okay, so you're not going to just immediately drop in the middle of things that are happening. So you're kind of caught off guard. That's coming through, and so you're still kind of catching yourself here. I'm going to put the Bardic Inspiration back to you. That's a D10, and then the Bless effect as well. I'll recycle the animations so that way. That way they don't bug the sequencer. Okay, so you're 5 feet off the acid level there. You're beginning to kind of fall through. We'll see in the start of your turn what happens there. Now, this is the interesting point, is that you decided, Varus, to use the stone to try to do this. Well, you were already using the stone to do something else. Focus the stone, attempting to control and charm the Dragonling. And when you use the stone to use the power on Grugash, you then gave power of control from the Dragonling away. So the Dragonling is no longer charmed. The Dragonling no longer charmed. It's on the surface of the acid and snaps back too, twisting itself from left to right. It looks for targets. Lucar is the only one target it can see. Goes in for a constrict of Lucar. Lucar, 25 is going to hit you. You succumb 12 points of bludgeoning damage and are restrained by the creature as the tail wraps itself around you. As you become restrained, as the tail wraps around you, it suspends you above the acid. It stops you from falling. Or perhaps that fate is going to be worse as it opens its mouth and attempting to bite you. With the advantage in your AC of 24, the bite is not successful to 23. As it comes through, it's navigating, kind of catching you and falling when the constrict opens its mouth. You brace the sword, holding its mouth and pushing it back. Then it begins to kind of realize and figure out in terms of, right, what it needs to do next as it swaths and looks from left to right. Holding you in the constrict, it then begins to plunge itself down into the acid with you on board. You should be brought to a new level of this map, underwater area. As you're brought through, the acid begins to pull upon you, just on the surface. But underneath this space is water. The acid is just bubbles on the surface. And so as you come through, for that brief moment, you're burned slightly. And that is the same acid type of damage that comes through when it rains. And you only take 2 points of acid damage based on resistances. Now you're in water. Prior to this, you grab and hold your breath, filling your lungs, and you're dived in. The issue for you here, Steven, is that the haste is ended, which means you are lethargic for your next turn. You're restrained by this creature as it plunges you into the depths. For the rest of you, observing this, all you see is the top end of the Dragonling still there, as it's pulled itself down and its back. And eventually, this Dragonling, as it goes down underneath, is going to disappear even further in terms of its space, disappearing out of targetable range, the entirety of its speed. Now that's halved based on the restraint holding Lucar as they plunge them into the depths. So this all happens, bam, bam to bam, as you're all staring at this. The Echo and Thanos, right? You have this picture perfect of what has happened to Lucar. You both, in terms of the Echo, right, Maldor and Thanos, and Tegan too can see this, I'll say, based on positions. You do not know what lies underneath the surface, right? You do not know if this is water underneath the layer of acid, okay? So you have to interpret, you watched, is Lucar literally being pulled in to a lake of acid. Maldor, you're up next.
So the top layer is completely impermeable. Like we can't see shadows, silhouettes, nothing. We have no idea what's going on down there.
That's correct. So the acid layer is what's giving off the light. It's energized and it's moving with that green radiance of light. And so no shadows can be casted upon it because it is giving off the light source in this space.
And so the creature fully disappeared too, right? It's not, his tail's not sticking out or anything.
That's correct. I left it where you saw that it pulled Lucar down first and then kind of twisted its body, curled upon itself, and kind of came downwards and kind of spiralized them down. And so I left them there at the range where you could see the token work a little bit in terms of targetable, and then all of a sudden that disappeared, suggesting that it's still within a similar space. It's not going to be able to move much further. It's still restrained. It has the condition of carrying Lucar. It's halving its speed, that sort of thing.
Okay. Got to kill the dragons. I guess he's just going to focus on that.
I love it, Adam. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise it's like dive into the lake of acid and
Yeah,
hope I
you're
can
like-
do something. Like, yes, I'm gonna start attacking.
Okay.
Like, I don't know if that's what Maldor would do, honestly. Echo's there. What I can't, the visual is a problem. Like if I dive into the acid and I'm treading water, am I gonna be able to like see beneath and then look up and see above? Like, can I?
Yes, that's
transverse that
correct.
plane?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. But you don't. But again, that's what what I was trying to state is that you don't know if the entire body is acid or if it's just the layer of top, right? So that's what Lucar just discovered, being
Right.
kind of pulled through. I mean, it's that moment of
Yeah.
oh shit, right? And then all of a sudden, whoa, it's actually just water underneath this layer of acid here. And so if
Yeah.
you technically meta-wise, right, if you went into the body, you could still be treading and then look into it, right?
Sort of see both. Yeah.
And you would see
Okay.
both. Yeah.
All right, that's what. Yeah, Maldor doesn't really care what's under it. It's just can I see what I'm doing? Yeah, he's gonna dive in after Lucar.
Okay.
Essentially, stay right at surface level. Just get his face down where he can see.
Okay. You
and
can change
he
your
will-
you can change your elevation to -5, and that'll allow you to pull you to the next space. You'll see the next layer if you -5 on your
don't-
elevation.
I am colliding with a floor or ceiling.
There you go.
Sweet. Okay, so I will. Well, not him. I can't target Lucar because the dragon's on top of him.
Okay. I'll move you down a little bit more. There you go. Is that better?
I still can't target it. It's because he's underneath the box, basically.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What are you attempting to do?
I'm trying to target Lucar and Vortex Warp back up onto the ledge.
Okay. That's fine. You don't need a target for that. We can just say you're doing it and expel the spell slot.
Yeah, let me. Now I can't target myself. Can you bring me back up?
I'm bringing you back. I'm bringing you back.
All right, so I will vortex warp Lucor back here,
Ping it for me one more time.
over there by the bridge near Irwin.
Right there.
Yep. And then bonus action, I'm going to swap places with the Echo to get myself out of the acid.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. The Echo is going to succumb to the acid, just the same thing that you are. So we're going to have the die roll here come through. That's going to kill the Echo, and you're going to take only 3 points of acid damage based on resistance. Lucar, you're vortex warped. I'm assuming you want to automatically fail the throw. Choosing to do that, getting a point within range. I'm not going to count verticality if you can see that or not. I don't really care. So as you vortex warp, you see restraint underneath by the tail, underneath the surface of the acid. The dragonling is like kind of now uncurling itself to try to continue to plunge them down, and you just point in the direction of them, kind of raising your head back up, and then point in the direction of where you can bring them to safety, porting them through. Lucar, you're gasping just a little bit, letting go of that breath, and you're kind of now upright, feeling okay, and not within harm's immediate danger. Now, Maldor, you're back up here, based on swapping positions with the Echo.
Yeah, so that was action, bonus, and half my movement. So, yeah, he's just going to try and position himself next to the dragon. And just, eyes on me, beast. And just try and draw his attention. And that'll end his turn.
All right, so ending turn, before we come to you, Lucar, you see as the dragon turns and looks towards you, as you prompt it to have your eyes upon it, as it smiles. Oh, as it groans and moves. And the last legendary action taken here swings through with its tail at you, Maldor. Maldor is...
I will shield.
Go ahead. Bubble time! Your AC is 26.
Yep.
Okay, the tail is going to strike into your shield, pressing you down into the earth, but does not pass through the shield. It seems to have missed as it glances the tail and kind of cracks down to the side and brings through and kind of rolls into the acid and dips, kind of rolling back through. Lucar, it is now your turn. However, you were hasted. That concentration has ended, so you are lethargic here. Based on that, you can't move or take actions until after the next turn. And so there's nothing you can do here, so we have to kind of skip through your turn. Okay? Okay, so make sure. Alright, we now come to Grugash. Grugash still lit by the fairy fire. Maldor, as you draw attention, the tail swings and your shield is up. The dragon looks towards you. What have you done? As it begins to look from left to right, noticing perhaps its own power being waned, it then begins to burble its jaws. And as is successful in terms of recharge with its acid breath, and is going to attempt to unleash that. Now, I'm going to do a little bit of work here, because for some reason, template is being bugged out by some of the inner walls underneath. I'm going to do a real quick removal of those walls. And get the acid breath off. Okay, I'll have to do it manually here. So, as the acid breath is unleashed, this is only on one particular target. This is upon you, Thanos. So as the dragon is pulled through, begins to billow from its jowls, the acid begins to bubble, recharged, and looks towards you. And simply states, "What have you done?" As if it recognizes the loss of power and your death as the trigger. The acid is going to billow from its jowls. I'm going to do this manually, so I need you to please make a manual dexterity saving throw, and you're the single target here. All right, so the 17 dexterity saving throw is going to come out. This is going to be a failure as the acid begins to be billowed from its jowls, point blank towards you. You are going to take a total of 64 total points of acid damage, resisted down to 32, prompting you for concentration. This is going to be a 5, which will be a failure. The fairy fire is down. However, you are still alive after receiving the point blank of the acid breath, being targeted by this sadistic dragon. Begins to look towards you and is pulling its body forward without leaving threat range of Maldor. So Maldor, it is literally passing over top of you, smashing down over rocks and the debris of the vine work, and it's pulling itself right over top of you, Thanos. The mouth looks down. You can see the jowls, the acid breathing down. It's angered, it's upset, and it wants to kill you. Ends its turn. Thanos, you're up.
Alright. We are going to bonus action. Gift of Orcivis. Well, gonna have to be straight back. Give myself a little bit of breathing room from these legendaries. Orcivis has decided you must die, Grugash. Your mind is broken, and I will take my attack.
Okay.
Or not.
14 is not going to hit. So as you sidestep through, trying to get outside of reach of the tail strikes as they come through, you fire off your bolt. You see as it turns its head, and you hit into one of the horns at the crest.
And second attack.
Second attack is a 24, which succeeds, aiming in the direction of one of its eye sockets. 15 goes into some of the crevice of the slits as it groans and moans as it turns its head to the left.
I will end my turn and pray for the best.
Ending turn. At the end of your turn, the dragon is going to take a legendary to come through here as it swings. This target and reach of the tail is long, and it's able to smash into Tegan as it looks towards you, angered that it can't reach you as you step through. You dare use my father's power against me. Looks at Tegan as a threat. 33 hits in, 14 points of bludgeoning damage dealt to you. Prompts you for a concentration of the hypnotic pattern. That's going to be a success.
He's
We
just like, what the fuck did I do?
now come to a Myconid, which is just going to make a dash. Running around the ring. At the end of the turn, it's going to take another legendary action against you, Tegan, as it comes back again for a tail strike. 28 smashes into you, deals 13 total points of bludgeoning damage, prompts you for concentration again of hypnotic pattern.
Fuck off.
Going to be a success as you brace against with the draconic scaled armor, dodging from left to right, taking the blows as the tail smashes and then comes back to the left, coming wildly through. Lucar, you even having to duck out of the way. Varys, you're up.
Arcane Hand's going to get into range
Okay.
and attack it.
Okay.
Clenched fist.
All right, coming across with the clenched fist. That's a 12! As you come through with the clenched fist, that is not going to land. As you come swinging with
Missed
one of
with
its
your
wings,
fish.
it pulls itself. It's wildly swinging. The fist kind of comes up for an uppercut and just misses.
Alright, then I'm going to Psychic Lance him with my action.
Yes, sir.
All right, come through with a psychic lance. Looks like didn't get the save. That's going to be intelligence, correct?
Yep.
All right. It's going to fail. It's
Yes.
saving throw here has no legendary resistance to take. It's just going to take 22 points of psychic damage, as the lance is going to ring out towards it. And you can see that it is going to be incapacitated until the start of your next turn. I'm going to put the incapacitated condition upon it. Now,
That's
remember,
huge.
it's not going to give it, it's not going to take away from its defenses in terms of advantage, but talk about legendary actions, things it can take, right, and then its own turn. So it's basically put back in that euphoric state if it's crazed, as it's wildly swinging itself from left to right, aimless.
Alright, and that'll be it for me.
Right, ending turn. We now come to this Myconid, which is making its way around the rings. So they're all running. Very cinematic here with these fungus creatures just running. I love it. This is great. Oh man, it's like a track.
Sing around the rosy.
It's like we're at some Olympic event, right?
Marathon.
They just run. Yeah. All right. So Erwin, you're up next.
I will point out, guys, he's not barely injured anymore. He's fully injured. We're doing
I
it.
don't know what that
Hurt.
means.
We're doing
Um,
it.
Erwin like looks around and just sees so many of his allies are just in really bad shape. And honestly, it's not sure who to help. But he saw that Lucar is incapacitated at the moment, so that's where he's gonna go. So, let's see, can I move? I can't move. I don't know what's going on.
Can't move at all.
Yeah, let me refresh.
It's really strange.
Glad it's not just me.
Huh.
God, man, I have a pit in my stomach. I hate this so much.
I knew when I was drawing
You
the
and me
template
both.
after the acid breath, it looked like the dragon was encountering a wall, which was super weird. So I removed all the walls from the lower layers.
Yeah, that's what happened to me when I was trying to change elevation earlier.
Well, that's normal. I have a setting that doesn't allow you because you can't pass through if you're in a house, right? You can't pass
Right.
through
There
like,
we
the
go.
floor.
Alright, so 5. That's 15. 25, so that's as much as I can go. Yeah, I got a dash. 10, 20, 30, and then I have 5
5 left. That's correct.
Yeah. Just gonna get it right behind Lucar. I don't have any healing bonus actions. So stupid.
You have healing
Well,
word?
I have healing word, but it's not worth it, in my opinion. So I'll just move the spiritual weapon and try to swing.
Okay. So just note that your spiritual weapon. Talk about turns and things. You threw this out, I believe, in round 1, right?
Yeah, I think this is his last turn.
This will be it. Yep. You come through with the spiritual weapons. You summon through the 26. It's able to smash through some of the wings.
Yeah. Spiritual weapons going out on top. And I'll just think to myself, and just think to my ladies, just help me get these people home.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Upon the end of the turn, Tegan, you are going to be next. The spiritual weapon has now lost. It's going to be dispelled based on. Tegan?
I am going to take a little stroll here. 15, 25. I think that should put me in range. Oh no! Could I have cut that corner to gain that extra 5?
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, bet. Thank you.
Yep.
And I will bonus action give Bardic Inspiration to Maldor
Okay.
and say, Maldor, end this now. Also activate my gift as well. And then, as an action, use my ability from my drums to regain a use of Bardic Inspiration. And
Okay.
then I will end my turn.
Are you sure you're playing the drums?
Straight up,
Okay.
war drums.
Playing the drums, you can manually put that to you.
Like a middle school backpack hanging in front of me.
All right. So
I
as you
forgot
see,
about that fucker.
you see as the dragon link begins to pull itself here too, there is going to be something that begins to happen. As the dragon link begins to emerge, there is another creature that also emerges.
Our
Let's
savior!
go!
They're rolling their initiative.
It's our boy!
They seem to be
My fucking frog.
they seem to have been chasing in terms of the creatures. So they're almost like as they kind of sees the dragon link emerges itself and begins to crawl. You see the frog just go looking around, right, and then locks eyes with the dragon link. Dragonling is
Good
a little bit none the wiser. Now, the creature, though, is range elevation is 15 feet. So it actually is going to be able to hit you, Maldor, as it pulls itself up right here. So it's kind of curled, and it's laid outwards and flayed a little bit, and it's able to maintain space in terms to connect with you. It's really unaware of the frog, and as such, it's going to go in for a constrict towards you. It gets a natural 1 there with the constrict, which is simply going to kind of hit into the vinework and not come up with the tail, as it's kind of holding itself down with many different legs. And then the bite, it's almost like a lurch up towards you, and the shield bounces off of the bite, and it kind of falls back just a little bit, and it's ending its turn there. Maldor, you are up next.
All right. Bonus action, bring the echo back out again.
God, what an animation.
Are you
Holy
actually allowed
weapon
to attack
times.
the dragon this turn?
I think I'm gonna hit the dragon
the
this
thing?
time.
Yeah, we
Tank
yeah,
turn.
we're
Yeah.
gonna balance.
Swing of the
Maldor gonna
dragon.
swing. I think
Is
Maldor's
Maldor
gonna
actually
swing.
gonna get a swing?
Round 11.
Specifically because Tegan told him to.
Do it.
All right, so 22 is going to hit. You obviously have flanking here as well based on positions. Yeah, I believe everyone here except for Thanos and Varys technically are going to have a flake 2 on positions based on artwork.
I think
the-
there's
let's
also
see.
the dragon slaying.
Yes. I don't believe that we can fulfill the other role, so you're going to have to manually put that one on
36
for now. Yeah, until I do the weapon change there. All right, so it's going to deal 39 total points of damage as you come through on the
Huge.
tail, swinging through of the tail, cresting into the tail. It kind of hits into the tail and cuts as it swings, and then has the back right haunch as it curls backwards, kind of crushing into the ring.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So close.
31.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh my gosh.
And that 3d6.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
All right, so we have a total of 47 points of damage as you come through onto the dragon. The back right haunch as it pulls itself back, getting crushed
more.
underneath the sword and some of
One
the
more.
talon work. The axe, I should say.
Unleashing carnation.
Fucking
One
go.
more time.
One more.
Your dice are so
Yeah.
dark and there's light. I can't even see your dice. So I wish you were
Still
rolling.
good.
Let's go.
All right, 27 hits.
Fuck.
This will be a total of 37 points of damage.
That's 100 damage in one turn.
Over.
Let's
yeah,
go.
Imagine if he wasn't
Over.
saving everybody and could have just been attacking the dragon the whole fucking time, dude.
I told you, beast, eyes on me. And that'll end his turn.
All right, Lucar, you're up.
Don't let him show you up, Lucar.
Okay. I am going to hobble up to my feet and use bonus action for a greater healing potion.
Okay.
Big money, big money.
It's a good roll.
Good money.
All right, 25 to Grugash. Just kidding.
Gotta make sure you charge yourself.
25 to
Healing
you. there,
potions
Lucar,
actually
put it
do
on you.
quadruple to Grugash.
That is
Be 100 health.
Grugash pulls
You
inside
just
of its
wiped
black
out all
draconic
of
scales
Maldor's
and pulls
damage?
out a little potion.
rip.
Is it pinky extended?
Thinking still.
Yeah. And then I'm just going to angrily slice through this wing.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, 28 hits.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Yes,
That does
sir.
34 12 points of damage.
Big money, big money.
No more help from Papa.
30 hits.
Papa chose his
Nice
favorite.
reroll.
And I am going to do a level 2 smite.
Yes,
Hell yeah.
sir. Not the best, but we'll still take those.
8 points of
We
radiant.
take any damage at this point.
Okay. And then I'm going to pre-wince because I know I'm about to get smacked and end my turn.
Ending turn. Come to Grugash. Grugash is still under the effects of the incapacitation. It's the start of Varys' turn, based on the second glance. Is unable to take any actions on this turn. However, on the start of the turn, them being in the incapacitated state, the acid begins to rain down once more on the battlefield. That is something that we all will have to deal with as it begins to come through. At the end of its turn. Start of your turn, Thanos, the acid begins to rain down towards you. You're going to be resist that to 6 points of acid.
All right, well, we're gonna, hop this little here thing, and we're gonna go this way. Get ourselves a little bit of birth from Angry Dragon.
Okay.
And we will start shooting.
I started blasting.
Started
You
blast.
started blast.
23 hits. It deals 14 points of piercing and necrotic damage.
Yes, sir.
Huge.
Oh my
huge.
God, Thanos!
5 points of piercing. Necrotic damage. This one lands directly into the eye of one of the sockets in incapacitated, tormented state.
Bonus action, hand crossbow expert. Yeah.
Could be a 22, which hits. That deals 15 points of piercing and necrotic damage.
All three above a 10.
I know, right? For what? Somebody clip this because it's never gonna fucking happen again. And
Clip it. Clip it! Clip it now! Alright, we now come to the Odd Frog.
turn.
The Odd Frog looks towards the Dragonling and is going to attempt to swallow.
Oh my God.
That fucking sound effect.
Alright, the Odd Frog is going to succeed with its check to swallow. As it opens its mouth, begins to grow wildly as purple, pink, cackling lightning begins to come sprouted from. As he sees the Dragonling is sucked into the frog's mouth like someone eating a nice bowl of ramen, slurping it up like a noodle. As it comes into the body, it seems to be dissolved. Now, Maldor, you have a front picturesque of what's happening here. As soon as the region of the Dragonling enters into the Odd Frog, the tail actually dissolves into pure energy as it begins to form in. The Dragonling is consumed as it's being sucked in, pulled into the frog. And the Dragonling succumbs to 137 points of damage and does not exist anymore. As
That was my egg. I take
absorbed
credit
in.
for the frog. That was mine.
Takes the
If
blow.
this frog swallows Grugash, I'm gonna freak the fuck out.
Looks to left.
If the frog swallows Grugash, I'm killing the frog because I need the materials.
It's looking from
Bring it back
left to right, and I'm rolling a die.
Uh-oh.
Its eyes look, and it hops on to one of the sees
Thank God.
potential other target. Ending its turn. This one looks towards the frog as it throws through and begins to send spores out towards it. The frog is going to fail with a 5.
The fucking frog that just ate a dragonling gets stunned by the fucking mushroom. That is
begins
our luck.
it begins to
D&D.
fall towards some of the spores, looking from left to right, in a stunned, confused state.
High as a giraffe nutsack.
All right.
Are we
That
sure
is
that
so our fucking
friendship
luck.
scores where they could talk to each other? Are we sure about that? Did we check?
Okay, so the arcane hand. God damn, I'm so nervous.
Words
the
are
arcane
hard.
hand is going to hit Grugash.
Yeah, it is.
23 hits.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. It is.
Has 18 points of force damage.
And then Varus is going to take 30 feet of movement. He is going to target Grugash and cast Psychic Lance again.
Yeah, you are.
So as the psychic lance goes through, Grugash is going to fail. Takes 26 points of psychic damage and
Let's
is
fucking
incapacitated.
go, Bears.
That's it for Varus.
Now come to Myconid. Myconid drawn attention to the frog. Begins to come through with a meaty fist swing. Strikes into the frog, dealing 7 points of damage. This one as well. They begin to group up, hanging onto the frog as they come through with their fists, swinging at it. Frog takes the blow and seems to take no damage. Erwin, you're up next.
Erwin is gonna move 5 feet this way. I was doing it again. Oh wait, I got the measuring stick out. That's why. Boom. Okay. It's gonna move 5 feet this way. Double check that I'm 60. Yep. And then I'm going to target all my allies. Let's see. Is it Control or Alt?
Shift T is
Shift.
going to basically begin to target multiple things.
All right. And then I'm going to cast Mass Healing Word on all of us.
Hell yeah.
Lyrics.
Fucking go.
Max.
Nice.
Let's go. Everybody gets 14.
All right, applied it to you.
All right, and then just gonna see. I still got the measuring stick. That's 5, 10. 20. Yeah, just wants to separate so that acid doesn't hit us all.
Okay.
And then we're gonna cast Toll the Dead.
All right, creature's going to succeed with a 21. Takes no damage.
Damn. That's it.
All right, divvying out acid to some of the Myconids. Forgot to do at the start of their turn. And then Erwin, you are also going to take acid damage at the start of your turn here. You're going to take 9 points of, resisted down to 4 points of acid damage.
That was at the start.
That's at the start of your turn.
Okay.
So I'll let you retcon the healing of the healing word to put it back to you.
Yeah, so that would have brought, because I healed myself as well.
Yeah,
So that would have brought me back to max.
Yeah, just put yourself to max. I'm just doing this for the
Okay.
concentration check. So you have
Yeah,
11.
not a problem.
All right, Tegan, it's your turn.
Tegan will use his movement to close with Lucar.
Okay.
After I do this,
That's going to take 4
Fine.
points. Yeah, you're good.
am I within striking distance of Grugash?
Yeah.
You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch, don't do it.
Tegan is gonna take his staff, raise it high, and cast command through his staff, which you can't do. Which I'm not actually casting command. And use command word die, closing his eyes and striking at Grugash.
Effective.
Let's go!
Oh, he fucking hits him. Imagine if that was what killed him.
You deal 4 points
Fucking
of bludgeoning damage.
imagine.
Why did that put reaction on you?
Because it is a reactionary type of a staff. It has the counter
because
spell
of
and the other things.
Counter spell, yeah.
And yeah, Tegan's eyes are closed, and it's just stricken Grugash. So it's up to you guys if you want Tegan to think he killed Grugash.
Well, I mean, if we
His eyes
kill
are-
him, then maybe.
All right, Mallory, take 5
Well, if-
points of acid damage after resistance. It's your turn.
If Maldor has a turn like he just did,
Does the echo take that? Is it does it go away?
Yeah, the echo will take the acid damage as well and will go away. But I'm assuming you're going to resummon it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna resummon it.
Yeah,
I
I
just
don't-
wanted to
yeah.
clarify
Yeah.
to make sure I needed to use the bonus action.
It's only got
So,
1
yeah,
hit
he-
point.
Right, yeah. So he'll resummon the echo as a bonus action and then continue his onslaught.
Okay. $25 hits.
Yes,
Oh my god.
God damn.
That's going to do 40 points of damage.
Guys, it says near death.
Oh, I thought that was going to be a 20 for a second. That
All
was
right,
a good read.
hits.
Oh, good roll.
Gotta put him in.
All right, takes 38 total points of damage.
Unleash Incarnation. One more time.
No.
Oof.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Hey.
28 hits.
let's go! Oh my god. The Bardic coming in clutch. Tegan really did kill him.
48 total points of mana damage. So you come through the series of strikes since the tail region cleaving through. The blood of Grugash begins to pour this blackish bile. Dragon's tail on the back end. The tail of the actual kind of right end haunch is faltering down into the acid. The dragon is still alive.
Oh my
Come on.
god, no way.
Smite. No, I'm just kidding.
This is where Maldor took levels of Paladin that nobody knew about.
Nobody knew. Yeah, that'll end his turn.
Nobody knows.
Ending turn, Lucar, you are up.
If I hold one of your butt cheeks, can I channel Divine Smite through you?
Right? Just wield Maldor as a weapon.
Oh god. Okay.
Only I could dismiss Holy Weapon as a reaction. Do extra damage.
Here we go. Drink, Bane of Berry Fiend, drink.
All right, 26 hits.
Nice.
That it will.
That deals 29 total points of damage.
Come on.
Can't tell if that's an 18 or a 2 when it rolled on my screen. It was an 18. 34 hits. That does 27 points of damage. Smiting 10 points of radiant damage.
Come
Dragon's
on.
still alive as you cut through in the wing of the right haunch.
Oh my
As it lowers
god.
itself down, pulling it into the earth as it begins to crest, crashing through.
Does Tegan open his eyes yet?
No.
He believes.
God, I wish I had a fun bonus action I could use.
So much blood on my screen.
No, nada. Alright.
All right, we now come to Grugash's turn. The acid is still raining through here. So I'm going to assign acid to you, Lucar. But the start of its turn here, Lucar, you're going to take 4 points of acid damage. Being incapacitated yet again. What's turning from rain is now turning into a flood. The actual roof, ceiling of the vines is now faltering and waning. Gaps are opening, and acid begins to pour down from the lake itself. It begins to pull through and reach downwards towards like a waterfall and swath of acid. The acid damage that will be incurred will be more significant than before, based on them being incapacitated for prolonged periods, as well as the health pool of the dragon itself. Thanos, we now come to you. Before you start, I have to roll. Taking 9 points of acid damage as you're clipped through in the shoulders and of the arm. Rumbling and the shaking of the cavern as well as significant as things are teetering from left to right.
We're going to do what Thanos does, and we're going to shoot. Or not.
First bolt is
And a
15,
miss.
which is going to be a miss.
Also what Thanos does a lot for some reason.
Miss.
Yeah.
20 will also be a miss. As you come through, firing your bolts, hits into some of the black draconic scale and does not land too far away to take advantage of flank.
Bonus action, hand crossbow expert.
Go in for a
Please.
bonus action attack.
Yeah.
23 will be a success. As such, you do 15 points of piercing and necrotic damage.
Nah, Maldor's got this. I'm just gonna walk into the hallway.
He was thinking about it.
All right, now come to the Odd Frog. The Odd Frog is stunned, and actually is stunned for 1 minute. Has to make another con save here. It's going to get a natural 20, which breaks out, but that's going to be the end of its turn. The creature seems to be immune to acids, comes to none of the acid. Now come to this, making it at the start of its turn, the acid falling through. It's going to take 15 points of acid damage and begin to crumble under the weight of it. We're then going to come in the direction of Varys here as the second returns, just to make sure we're here. And Varys, we don't need to roll for you, as the black draconic scales are forming over your shoulders, and you are bracing this. Now, your arcane hand lasts for how long?
A minute.
A minute.
But I casted it later. I don't know what round exactly.
I have you at round 4 for the cast of the arcane hand.
Okay.
So, still fine.
Varys is going to target the dragon. Actually, hold on. He's going to get a little bit closer to make sure he's in range. What he wants to do. Okay. He's
Hit it
going
with
to
his staff.
target another Psychic Lance at 5th level.
God damn.
DC for you is 20.
19.
It's going to succeed.
I'm going to chrono shift that.
22
Okay.
on the chrono shift. It's half damage.
Yep.
How do you want to do it?
Oh,
Let's go!
all right. So Varys puts both of his hands on his temples, and you'll see like a shimmering spike fly straight toward Grugash's head. And I want Grugash to feel like 1,000 of Maldor and Lucar's cuts coming in as he pitches.
Okay. So as the lance comes through, splintering through the head, you see the wave energy crashes through, taken by the bolt, incapacitated still, begins to wane from left to right and begins to falter down in the direction of the ground. As they begin to falter down, you can see as they lower themselves, this is when things begin to happen, accelerated because of constantly incapacitating the dragon. The lair has felt the wake of this, and the river of acid begins to open up completely. The roof has now opened, and the rock begins to break. Everything begins to fall down into the water. At the end of combat, I'm going to have it paused here, as we now going to end some stuff here. So, not the one I wanted. No, no, not it. Where is it? As the acid begins to fall through in the layer, not just the ceiling, but the walls around, they too are coming through. Remember, as I described prior, this whole place is alive. In terms of the walls and of the ceiling, very little is actually rock. It's actually bits of stone that have been grabbed to help reinforce it at times. The only solid rock are the rings, but even them crush under the weight of the dragon as it comes through and no longer hold and suspended by vines. Those begin to break apart and you all begin to fall. And as that happens as well as the magic of the dragon is dead. And you see the energy from the acid begins to dissipate. What begins to plunge and fall upon you, be sizzling for a brief moment, but then not at all. As you all are taken aback and crash through the weight of the water as it plunges down upon you, and you begin to become submersed underneath. This is where I'm going to go ahead and get everyone's tokens down. The next layer. Now, if you're on the stream, obviously you're not going to be able to particularly see this. Everyone should now be underneath the water.
Mm-hmm.
Also going to remove some tokens I don't want here.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see on your end, but that blood is still everywhere.
Yes, the blood is local. You have to clear the blood for yourself, and I recommend doing that. If you go to the left-hand side of your screens, there should be a teardrop icon with a slash through it. So you're more than welcome
Gotcha.
to clear the blood yourself. Yeah, it's all local. If you're the stream view, you're just going to see piles of blood at the top layer. I can't control the stream view how it sees the layers. So now, the arcane hand, everything is down here. Thanos, even the rock of the tunnel begins to collapse. And you can see the vines just of that tunnel that was there inside of a sea of kelp and other long algae creatures and different plants, vegetations as they tower and hold to and things, and bubbles of dancing lights. This is an ecosystem underneath here. There's creatures, abundance, and things, but it's dark. It's dwindled. You can't see anything because of the murkiness of the water and the debris that's falling through. Towering spires help anchor the space at times, but those begin to break and snap off and begin to crumble through. All of this happening in a very instant, and actually was happening because of the incapacitated state, and as well as the death of the dragon, and it's been expedited. It's been exponentially increased because of what you have done. And so as this has happened, you can see the body of the dragon faltering and being pulled through as well. And the body, I'm going to go ahead and just turn off its visibility here because we don't need that giant token in the way of our vision here. And that body is now falling through as well and just now drifting and being submersed. This has a depth of 200 feet from where you were to get to the actual sea, the actual lake floor. And above this, there is no light. You do not know where the actual surface of this may be. And so as you're being a little bit more frantic and paced about what to do next, all you can do is hold your breath. Thanos, you can see that tunnel where it extends in the western direction, just flaying and uncurling itself and breaking apart. And the same thing, the tunnel to the south, and another tunnel north, all of which beginning to break apart. As you stare and look down, you observe in the darkness of space, some of you, based on your positions, seems to be a hole that goes down into the depths underneath the center of the floating area above you. And that hole, as it extends down, it goes into the darkness of all of the light and the shadow of the bulbs, of the different plant life and the different things that are giving the space what it is, that dim, faint light. It's unpaused.
Yeah, I would begin to swim over to everybody.
Yeah, I would do that as well.
I think Tegan would swim down and see if he can perceive anything below in the hole.
Does the hole sound like the burrow that first of us mentioned where the egg would be? Or does Thanos have the intellect to put that together? That there was a cavern that Orcivis mentioned?
So you can see that it plays that this is the similar description of what has been portrayed to you as a burrow. That what you fought was just the surface of the lair. The dragon's lair is extended, far-reaching, and here lies a burrow, size and capabilities of the dragon to be able to be made. As you're grouping yourselves together, you can't actually speak unless you can speak telepathically. Here comes the frog.
No,
So
but we
it
can
makes
point.
And point.
Thanos is gonna point. I'm not even gonna wait. I'm swimming into the burrow. I can
I'm
only hold my
following-
breath for a
I'm
minute, so I gotta
following
make a
Thanos.
choice.
Yeah, I was gonna telepathically said follow Thanos to.
Thanos.
Thanos.
All the Thanos!
Look, man, I was so nervous for like 30 minutes. Let me calm
Nah,
down.
I
you
love
are
it.
the MVP with them goddamn psychic lances, dude.
The heart rate still hasn't come down, but yeah, I'm gonna yell that at Erwin and start to follow, and then yell that at the next closest person, each psychically. I can speak telepathic.
I'm
And
going
I think
follow
a
down.
lot
him
of us
behind.
can. Lucar can talk telepathically. I can talk telepathically. Varys can. Like, we can probably coordinate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm just stating though you can't verbalize. So in terms of like spell casting and things, you can still do that because technically, if you're a mute character, you're still kind of opening your mouth and attempting, but it's more or less receiving communication in terms of the water is distorting. So you have to find another method. Sure, through the telepathy of various, you're able to kind of hint and get that done. Now the frog is the interesting part about this. The frog is going to swim through, and now who's the first one descending? Was that Thanos that said they were?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanos, the frog swims up to you and begins to try to put its mouth upon your mouth.
There's no purple, pink, cackling lightning, right? Giving
Not
off
that you
light.
can see. Just swimming up to you.
Fucking. It's not the weirdest thing that's happened to Thanos today, so he's gonna trust the frog and see what happens.
As you kiss the frog,
Turns
You-
into a prince.
purple and pink cackling lightning begins to vibrate around you. As that happens, you are shaped into a frog.
Oh,
Again,
Bollywood.
still not the fucking weirdest thing that's happened to Thanos, so like. That's pretty par for the course.
If I see that happen to Thanos, I'm lining the fuck up. Like, I'm swimming towards the frog.
This is like, I'm gonna make out with that goddamn frog that's gonna turn me into a frog,
whatever,
so I don't gotta worry
whatever
about this
saves
shit.
my fucking life here. I don't care. This isn't how my story ends, and I fucking take off towards.
Take off to the frog, and the frog looks towards you and opens its mouth for a juicy kiss.
And I give a juicy kiss back.
Turn into a frog.
Michael, I do have a question. If one of our PCs was a princess, would this frog turn into a prince?
Cannot confirm or deny that.
This whole time,
Oh,
Tegan's
God.
backstory has been he's actually a princess.
That would
Frog.
explain a lot.
Swims over to
Shut the
Tegan.
fuck up.
The frog swims over to Tegan.
My eye twitches a little bit because I'm still processing the fact that I just killed a dragon. And, yeah, I'll take the kiss.
Turned into a frog. Frog then swims over to Maldor.
Maldor's about to become the strongest frog to ever live.
Maldor's about to kill this fucking frog.
I just love to imagine like him being like,
Michael
"God,
fucking react.
your
It's so
role
good.
play
So
is
great.
good."
You guys ever seen that meme of the fucking King Kong swimming? Just blub, 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 blub.
Yeah, I suppose he was debating because it's like he can hold his breath for a really long time. It's like, do I really need to make out with a frog? But yeah, I suppose since everybody's been transformed, he might as well follow suit.
Do I really have to do this?
You do turn into a frog that will lose the holy weapon because you're in a wild shape. The holy weapon cannot come with you.
Can't be a holy frog,
Can't. Well, technically, it's the weapon that's being turned in. So
right?
you don't have possession of that weapon because it's assumed in space. So the holy weapon's going to be unconcentrated. Frog then swims over to Erwin.
Erwin this whole time was kind of had his eyes closed. He was trying to like forcibly cast control water.
As
he
you
doesn't
did
have
that,
a
the
fourth
frog
level
grabs
spell.
left and right of your face.
I guess he like forcibly kissed, and then I have a weird flashback to an instance with Varys, and I was like, everything's gonna be okay.
Everything's gonna be
Everything's gonna be okay.
The frog
If
swims
somebody
over to you,
tries to
Lucar.
kiss you in this world, everything's gonna be okay.
It always
man.
works out fine.
Could be a fourth theme. Steven, frog's at you.
Just gonna shrug, upset that I can't light up my my leaf underwater.
Can't smoke underwater. The world's biggest water bomb.
You kiss it.
Oh no, all his things might disappear. We might actually see his
rip
token.
all the buffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, except for the fact that we turn into these small ass fucking frogs. We didn't even turn into frogs like him.
Hey man, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Lucard, are you accepting this? Do you consent?
Do you consent? It is the
Yes.
hottest form of romance.
In this case, indifference is consent.
So you give a large,
Oh, no.
luxurious kiss.
We can't see the
Nope,
frog.
you won't be able to see it. The frog then begins to swim around you and opens its mouth and lets out a large croak. And it simply says, "Enter."
Enter?
Oh, we speak frog, or we understand it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it speaks frog speech. Opens its
All
mouth.
I'm
right.
in. I'm
For
in.
you,
I
for you
guess
to
we're
enter
swimming
its mouth.
Blow, 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 blow.
Fucking thing ate a dragonling. Like, if it wants to kill us, it'll fucking kill us.
Yeah.
I
I
regret
don't
my
know.
life
Maybe if we
decision.
just try to stun
Lucard,
him.
do you consent?
Yeah, didn't I say that?
No,
No,
getting in
we're hopping
now.
in his mouth
Now
now.
getting
Getting
into
his
the
mouth.
frog's mouth.
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay.
Why not? I'm
Okay.
gonna be.
Oh yeah, sure.
I mean,
This
There
is
are
so-
worse ways to die.
This is so cursed. Like,
weren't
what are
we
doing,
in?
man?
Weren't we in Trezgal's mouth now too?
Yeah.
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 The frog probably has less gingivitis than the undead dragon.
I mean, the frog is like a week and a half old, so like,
So, as you bound in to the frog's mouth, the frog moves faster than you, as tiny frogs move. Don't move that very fast in water. So as the frog kind of groups you into the mouth and plunges downwards, you notice you're still in the water environment, swimming around the mouth. And you look towards the back, some dark vision, and it seems as though there's not really a throat to the creature. There's not actually any sort of cavity or hole or anything. It's just a back end of the wall, this membrane-like frame that's moving in this amorphous purple and pink energy that's just kind of vibrating like a web. And then you feel the
Michael's
motions
just like, hat,
and
gotcha,
movement
TPK.
of the frog, and you hear a slight voice. As it begins to ring out and croak. I'm Frog!
I'm frog.
hi, frog.
I am also frog.
I'm Thanos. I planted you. I think planted is the right word. You were called a seed.
We Frog!
We are frog.
Oh, that's the fucking mucklug all over again. You're gonna see Thanos starting to pout a little bit.
We can't tell.
Frog pout.
Yeah.
Frog
It's the
pout,
saddest
man.
frog ever.
I am Tom Frog.
Oh, apparently I can't do all of you at once. I gotta separate you out. Hold on. I moved one of you down there, but I didn't move all
Yeah,
of you.
you
I think it
moved
was very. You were select. You were the one. You were the chosen.
I was the chosen one.
This is the Varys arc.
I has. Huh.
I guess I gotta do all of you. Hold on.
I am frog. I has hat.
Would have got me.
Oh my gosh, this is the inside of his mouth. A lot of dead bodies here.
Hey yo.
Probably the lair.
Yeah.
All right. So inside of the mouth, you begin to feel you're pushed and pulled downwards and descent. It seems as though the frog is kind of reading in terms of what your intentions are. So it kind of grabs and brings you through into the depths. So you begin to swim through the hole and then into the burrow. Now, you see as the frog then begins to let you go from the mouth, the burrow is about 100 feet in terms of its depth from the actual lake layer to this layer, and the tunnel comprises roughly 70 to 100 feet of that, 100 feet in terms, so it's very tight and cozy in certain things. Best way I can describe this to you is that the tunnel kind of goes for a little bit of ways and then begins to open up wider and wider, and then just encompasses this kind of crevice and hole inside of the seafloor. Inside of here, you actually observe there are bones, skeletons of creatures that are laid and flayed out in here, noting that the actual skeletons themselves are quite significant in terms of their size. And so you're wondering of what humanoids these bones would have come from. What did they consume in their wake? In addition to that, at the very bottom of here is a pit that forms into the burrow. And through some of the dazzling bulbous lights that are forming from the vinework and things that are more natural and rather artificial, created by the dragon, is plumage of gold and silver and platinum as it begins to dance and move and dwindle and shake from the crusting of heat. Now it's slightly warm and humid here, suggesting there's volcanic activity. That fissure itself is generating the heat and bubbling. As you're looking with the dark vision and staring, you observe that there's crevices within the pit as it's forming itself. Some of these crevices have little nooks and holes. One of those holes is a large, orbish black egg. These blackish draconic scales as it sits nestled within that hole, wrapped up in vines and thorns and tendrils. It remains dormant. The size of this egg is equivalent to the size of a medium humanoid. It's much too large for a tiny frog to carry. The gold and the treasures valued here. Significant. One thing you do not see, though, is magical items. Right? It is just treasure of gold and currency. There's no staffs, gems, or jewels. That is a little bit of odd. Little tiny holes in the crevices. That as well. It's not in here either. Really just a hoard. Money. Godfrog then begins to swim about, looking from left to right, staring with its beady eyes.
Is Herbert waterproof? Sorry.
Herbert assumes the shape of wherever it can get. It is not watertight. It will be in the same environment that it's been.
Create an airlock on the front door.
Can Herbert become a submarine?
Well, I have a question.
Preferably
Can,
not with the name Titan attached to it.
Can the
Oh, too
dome
soon.
be waterproof for what's it called? The tiny hut. Can the tiny hut be waterproof?
I think you have to get all the water out.
So
of
the
the
issue
hut
with that would
first.
be getting the water out, because it blocks water, but it would encase the water where you put it.
Encases the water around you. So it's the same thing with
drink
the
Yeah.
with the cottage as well. It's going to create, and then that's going to have a problem.
And
I
there's
can't
no.
summon Herbert in
Uh,
a pocket dimension, can I?
You cannot. Nope. That is. It's very similar to a bag, right? You can't summon that inside.
And there's nowhere in here that's like above water.
No, you are like you are at the lowest
The
point,
bottom of the
basically,
lake,
of the
yeah.
lake, and the lake
Um,
is hundreds upon hundreds and hundreds of feet down.
Could I take points of exhaustion to cast a 4th level control water?
You are in a wild shape form of a frog.
That's true.
Not cast spells.
What do we do? I mean, what we
Good.
could do is I have him bring us back to the surface now that we know where this is at, and take a long rest. I can learn water breathing, and then we can come back down here as people.
Yeah,
Are we gonna
that's
be able
fair.
to do that though?
I guess you have to learn water breathing. I was gonna say if we just turn back to people, I could rope trick down here. and
Well,
just sit in
if-
the pocket dimension for a little while.
If we just shift one of you that has a bag of holding out, probably the one that can hold their breath longer, just start shoveling shit into the bags of holding. The only problem is the egg because it's too big for the. I assume too big for the bag of. Well, it's only a medium-sized creature. You can
if-
stuff that in a bag of holding, right?
So, really?
Might
You
die.
can?
Yeah, no, we're not killing the egg.
I can dimension door with the egg.
But we don't know how far away from the surface
You
we
are too significantly in depth to be able to mention door the surface of this lake. The pressure
But I could-
alone is enough to cause problems. You felt that before you got turned into a tiny frog.
Okay.
I think Varys' option is the best, is swim back down later with water breathing. Because that lasts, what, an hour?
Water breathing? That's
Yeah.
24 hours.
24 hours. yeah.
Oh, then yeah, we have plenty of time to swim up and down.
Yeah.
I think we should take the egg. Because as much as valuable as the money, that egg is a very big liability.
It'll
and to
kill
not
the
take
egg.
it-
Is
Yes, the problem is we don't know if
Yeah.
it'll survive being in a void dimension.
yeah. It might.
I mean,
kill
if it'll survive being at the bottom of the ocean or the lake, then maybe. But
Well, yeah, unless it's breathing the water, though.
yeah,
You can make a nature check for that if you wish.
Frog nature check.
Yeah, probably want to roll from your character sheet, not the frog.
Yeah, I did.
13. Based on how Grugash could exist in the water and is amphibious as well. I mean, the frogs are breathing the water as well.
Mhm.
So it would state for you, anyways, to the nature of 13, that the egg would function a similar way.
Yeah, so I don't think the egg should go in a bag. I
Yeah.
think we go with Varys' plan is we swim up, grab water breathing, and just come back down. I suppose while we're all talking telepathically and everything, and we have time, now's a good time to have a good conversation. We may not run into much resistance in the rest of the Martian. Depending on how you guys feel. I have sworn patronage to Orsivus and essentially allied myself with him in the fight against Damodar for the ability to come back and for him to remove the shroud from Grey.
I mean, and Varys, we'll just kind of think for a second, but this was mainly your fight to begin with. So, I mean, I'm not going to sacrifice you for something that I wasn't super heavily invested with in the first place.
I don't know what that means for Fort Farron. I know that some of you were more inclined to save it than others.
as far as our understanding goes, Grugash was commanding the armies to attack Port Farron on the behest of Damodar. So with him gone, presumably
Yes.
that would not continue.
But we're not going to be closing the congruence, which means that there could just be more undead that simply wander out.
They can
Without a
handle
master.
stragglers.
Why don't
Yeah, as
you?
long as they're not attacking in force.
Why don't you ask your patron what he plans to do with the fort once we get out of here?
Also, the battle we
Suppose I
fought was significantly more than what they fought previously. Before, it was just a bunch of zombies running at the wall. And they took care of it. It's just a war of attrition and resources. Like, the reason why the battle was so great was because we were there.
Commander is
Yeah.
also dead.
I just would be very curious to hear what he even wants with the marshes anyway. But does he want to spread his influence here?
I would guess power. I mean, I can ask. I can definitely convene with him when we're not frogs.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Well,
Is
let's
this a
get out.
bargain? Is this a bargain you wish to remain tethered to, or is it something you simply had no choice in?
It is a bargain that I do not intend to break, as he offered power, knowledge, and if we turn in the egg to him, a weapon of, if I'm not mistaken, he said his power, whatever that means. But if we plan to kill Damodar, who seems to be on the level of deities, having deities help us is not. So until Damodar is dead, then yes, this bargain will maintain intact as my goal.
That is the status quo. It's, enemies for now and enemies for later.
And depending on how useful his power turns out to be, maybe allies for forever.
I mean, this is not my homeland, so I don't know. I feel torn for the want to help people, but if you think that we can use this power in a way that helps people, then I don't see why the alliance is a bad thing for now.
The creatures and the people who were displaced from their homes because of Orcivis's influence, the damage has already been done, but using his power to prevent further loss of life is a necessary evil to continue his reign over the marshes, I believe. So,
Quite honestly, I'm not sure that this deal is any more morally gray than the deal we all struck with the old one.
it's true. Morality has taken a backseat. This is coming from
Ouch.
me, who had a lot of problems when we first started this quest, and at this point, we gotta do what we gotta do to make sure that everything doesn't end.
I also don't know how my deal with Orcivis affects the deal with the old one, seeing as how deities don't tend to enjoy sharing.
I mean, you do also have to weigh your own code of ethics. Do you think you are okay with this? How do you think?
He was the one responsible for your entrapment.
Yes, but he's
Ultimately.
also the one that is responsible for my power and bringing me to this apex of.
The question I have in general is, how much should we compromise to take out Damodar, and how much should we sacrifice to take him out? Because as far as I can see, he's the biggest threat to everybody on this and maybe this world. I mean, who's to say he stops here? He could go to the next one.
The conversation I had with Orcivis while you all were bringing me back from the dead, he almost seemed to ask, why would we bother with deities when we have to deal with Damodar? As if Damodar is a bigger threat and a bigger power in play than even the deities that affect this continent.
Yes, well, the deities, as powerful as they are, have limited access to this plane. Damodar does not seem to share those limitations.
No, and commands multiple ancient dragons, so
Two less now.
yes, I mean, and by the way, good work, everyone, especially you, Erwin. Trial by fire, and you.
Erwin is just swimming, like basically doing flips, just trying to struggling with being a frog right now.
This poor man has been through quite an
My
ordeal.
staff came through once again, dealing the final blow.
This guy absolutely has no idea how magic works. It is incredible how good he is at it and doesn't understand it.
I will say, Varys, for as much as we give you shit, your ability to use the arcane did come in handy.
Could not have done that without you.
Well, do I study a lot, so I hope it would eventually come in handy. I've been testing limits on what to use and what not to use. I think I'm starting to get a handle. But
Per-
something I just realized the other day is I am my growth in the arcane is about equivalent to when we met Palu. That's about how strong I am in the arcane.
yes. Perhaps your prowess with the arcane is what augmented my staff to turn it into the artifact that it is today.
Before we start talking about your stick, perhaps we should get to the surface and begin our preparations
I
for.
don't suppose all of this would fit in the frog's mouth.
I don't think we want to put everything in the frog's mouth because it seems to disintegrate.
It didn't disintegrate us.
Yeah.
I would rather do this ourselves if
That's fair.
possible.
I mean, if we learn water breathing, I can come put Herbert down here and we just throw everything in Herbert.
Then we'd be
I don't
taking the
know.
water with us.
Yeah, then you could just.
I mean,
get
Let's just
out.
open the door and let it all fly.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be
I'll
fun.
go find a
It's gonna
poor
be water
farmer that
damage,
needs
man.
water.
We're gonna have to get some estimates and a plumber and
No, Herbert's
Carpet
magical. He can
cleaners.
change on a whim. So, like, after the water damage, I just put him back and then I resummon him. Fine.
I
Yes.
would very much
Or-
like to be a frog in a minute.
Yeah. Let's get out of this
Submarine.
fucking
So-
lake, please.
to the surface.
Oh.
So heading to the surface here, you see is the odd frog swims around. And it's kind of picking at some of the bones that have some bits and pieces of meat still on them. Turn and look towards. Intentions somehow met by the frog. It opens its mouth once more. Do you all climb in?
Yes.
All right. You all climb in, and
Away
upon
we
that,
go.
we're going to get to the surface here of the lake. Odd frog into the mix.
What if the frog goes through the congruence and tries to eat Orsavis?
Well, that's technically not your problem anymore.
I was about to say, if anyone can do it, it's him.
It's fucking frog, dude.
Orsavis will be frog.
So, as the frog aided your endeavors here and gets you above, at that point, you're kind of still little frogs inside of its mouth. You have the waves of the lake now crashing and moving. I'm going to create a sound effect for this. The fog is still rolling over. It's not changed and has not affected that. You can see that the body of water is just that. It is a body of water. So far advanced in terms of time for this frog to reach the surface. It took nearly half an hour for the frog to reach the surface, swimming itself up to it, telling you all just how far down this lake actually goes in terms of its depths. It is another world down there. And the distance traveled from Trillia's fortress is evidence of that, how long it actually took to navigate down the tunnel into the depths, the other sorts of cavities in space suspended. And so you were somewhat aware of how far you were going, but now you had the feeling of just verticality, just kind of ascending. And upon getting to the surface, the frog allows you to come out of its mouth and then ushers you with its webbed feet to kind of get upon its back and then begins to slowly begin to swim you to the shore. Opts to head south, noting a place that you are familiar with, feeling your intent. It's a place that perhaps is friendly. And as it swims and reaches the shoreline, gets you there, Crasty, you notice that there's no longer acid that's here on the shore. And still the decay and the rotten of the vegetation here on the shore, those that have succumbed to the acid still present, but it's just regular water at this point. And observing the fortress now coming into view as the fog is still thick, and so you have to get here. You see the palisade wall has been smashed and splintered at times. The metallic of the keep has been crushed inwards and twisted, destroyed. The rock formation somewhat still existing, and some of the actual earth has toppled down into the dungeon below at times, blocking bits and pieces of paths, or even allowing entrance into the dungeon at various places underneath the surface. And so as it kind of crashes downwards, it's not that the dungeon does not exist any further. In fact, there's still access to it. It's just the access that was given to you by the keep is gone, stating that the entire keep itself is twisted metal and tormented as it was smashed and caved inwards and succumbed to the might of dragons. The talon marks ripped through the earth. The grass, tall and long, much of it matted, were ripped through in the shreds. The fight was not just at the fortress, but of the ground surrounding it from the dragons as they fought. And so the actual destruction reaches upwards of a quarter mile in terms of range. And as you're kind of coming to the shoreline, somewhat adjacent to the fortress here, as the frog kind of goes away from some of the debris that was ripped through and splinters and fractions of these metallic wallings, right, from the keep that might have been splintered and thrown into the lake, sharp and edged. The frog kind of gets you to a little bit of safety nestled in the grass adjacent to where the actual fortress was in terms of the map, and nestles you through, allowing your little frog bodies to hop off. And upon that, staring at you little frogs, it unfurls its tongue and licks each one of you, one after the other. You are shaped back into your previous form.
Thank God.
That was an experience.
Let's never do this again.
Ribbit.
I think Varys is going to walk up to each member of the party, and if they let, he'll give them a big, as strong as a hug as Varys with his tiny little arms can. It's like, we fucking did it.
Yeah, Thanos walked away when you hugged the first person.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's to be expected.
You need everyone to roll perceptions.
Picking our pockets.
God damn it.
God damn it.
You know how I run my game. It never ends. I'm just kidding.
Oh, it was more me rolling a 2. That never fucking
okay.
ends either.
I also rolled a 2, but my perception with a 2 is 3. So-
Okay. So with your perceptions based, you don't need a whole lot here, Varys and Maldor. You both are kind of caught up with the waves smashing through and of the distortion of the shape that you were presented in. So you're still kind of catching yourself from that. All of you, the rest of you, can hear the crunching and the crashing of grass and earth. It begins to shake. As you stop for a moment to really pinpoint yourselves towards it. Now Varys, Maldor walking into that point. Frog kind of lowers its eyes into the water, looking from left to right, but does not disappear. Tegan, your stone is aglow. It's brighter yet. You can see the shadows of a gargantuan-sized dragon. A dragon that's nearly 150 feet in length. Crest horn broken off at the tip. It's the base of itself. This is Trezgo. Now, Erwin, this is the first time that you have met Trezgo, or when you were not accompanied to the party, of when they actually released Trezgo. And as you stare at a dragon with over a 200-foot wingspan, this dragon does not dwarf Grugash in size, but it is significantly bigger in terms of certain areas, things. It's bolsterous. As it works with this jaw unhinged, kind of open its mouth and sulking, looking from left to right, it's drawn an attention towards Tegan's stone, a presence that it can feel. And Tegan, you can feel it now too. Like a location beacon of sorts, Tresgal becomes quick and paced, the wings gliding itself closer. And then the large snap of the earth as the dragon lands, roughly 40 feet away from all of you. Quake, let alone the presence of itself enough for you all to topple down in fear. But you know this dragon, or when you do not. So you, perhaps, are quick to draw your weapons. You stare at it. The dragon perches itself back up. The cloud of its wings is enough to push back the fog, to really unveil its body as it perches itself high up into the air with its head and stares down upon you two. As it stares at you, something's different. Something strange. You have a feeling. And your hand motions for the horn.
Yep.
Grab the horn side of your pocket. Without control, you begin to walk the distance and space to the dragon. The rest of you staring onwards as Tegan moves. Erwin, perhaps you caught off guard and wanted to come to aid. Tegan has no control over this. Entranced as they begin to walk forward. You see as Tresgal in a similar fashion. The eyes ghastly white. Purplish hue begins to glow. They begin to lower their crest downwards. Their horn has been broken off. They lower their head, pitch down to the ground. In the minutes that transpire, the distance passed through. All you do is you take the horn into the air, reaching it towards the dragon. The dragon perches its head, slithered and turned, and coming back around to you to come back upon itself, curling you in the middle of its space. Puts its jaw onto the earth and the grass. Horn begins to hover in the air. Its purple and pink cackling lightning sprout from it. It begins to grow. All of you able to observe this. It begins to fuse as it twists and turns to regrow Tresgal's horn. The rest of its nose and nostrils. As it begins to grow, turns into its original horn. And the dragon loses the entrancement as well as you, Tegan. Tresgal vocalizes. What was that?
Hey, boss. So remember when you dropped us off at the school and we talked to the old one? That was from him. So I don't know what it did, but you look good with the horn back. I don't have an answer for you.
As they motion from left to right, twisting their head for a brief moment. Stares back towards you. My I'm glad you are safe.
I'm glad you're safe as well. Do I see any still injuries that have yet to recover on Tresgal?
You look at Tresgal and you can see that there are injuries upon them. Purple pink cackling sprouts, and they're quick to heal.
Okay.
Stares and looks down towards you. Slight half-glazed eyes. Turns and twists its head from left to right. Stares at you, reinvigorated.
Grugash is dead. He's been slain.
So then another piece has been removed.
Yes. Um, just an update for you as well. Grugash has been slain, and we've gained another ally. Uh, Orcivis has joined our cause. I don't know what that entails for the future after our common enemy is no longer, but for now, we've come to an agreement to help each other.
See as the frog jumps out of the water, begins to jump, leaping forward, crossing the distance, and stares up at the dragon with two beady eyes. The dragon locks eyes as they stare at each other. Unblinking, unmoving, stasis. They move again. Another ally against Damodar. This is good.
Yes. Were you drawn here by that same magic that just transpired, or did you come back of your own will?
I came to remove my spawn, my dragonling.
Right.
But I can feel that it's not necessary now.
So, on a side note, are we cool with the whole Lathan thing? Because we have allies there that are, helping us with the mages of Reckoning and Damodar, and Coolrez is no longer associating with that whole group that you don't like. And I know that, eternal rivalry between you and the Gold Dragon. I understand. I don't understand, but I'm aware of it. But again, bigger picture here. Destroying allies probably isn't an advantage for us. And I'm not trying to impose any sort of control over you because this is obviously a partnership, but dealing with Grugash as a sort of revenge here, would you be gracious enough to give Coolrez the time to properly transport your spawn back and not take it out on the city?
Looks towards you. Turns the head from left to right. Lifts its neck up, furling itself. The head raised tall. An ally against Damodar is an ally of mine.
Thank you. I believe he'll be a valuable ally, especially as we travel throughout slaying these dragons. His ability to give us safe haven between travels will greatly increase our turnaround time.
See as Tresgal just stares at you.
Do you have any input as to where we should go next after we leave the marshes? I know you have spawn and they travel, hear things, know things, and I know you're very all-knowing as well, so any input from you would be much appreciated as to the direction we should go next.
You see as the frog was looking about, locks eyes back with Tresgal. Sit there for near a minute. Stasis. Begin to move once more. Twisting the head back and forth, stopping and looking at you. To Ismar you must go. You must slay Belzar. Find the stones. Unite them. Once the essence of Silver Dragons is completed. Another pawn of Damodar's will be removed.
Understood.
Tegan, could you ask him to excavate fortress? If we could really get back in there, would be useful. He's very good at burrowing.
That is true. Trescal, if you wouldn't mind, that'd be very beneficial to us. There's a lot of stuff down there we need to get to.
What stuff is down there you need to get to?
A lot of money.
Well, there's a powerful
Obelisk.
device that the witch told us about.
Sees the connection
only
of the
be used by
stone
us.
begins to ring. Telepathic presence of Trescal's mind presses against yours, looking for thoughts. You resist.
No.
Goes through, snapping from left to right.
Listen, I know what you're thinking. I know I wasn't going to be able to hide that from you. Just forgive my instincts. I lived my life lying to get by. I apologize. Again, this is a partnership and I want to be 100% honest. That's why I didn't resist. What you saw down there is a dog.
Very angry dog.
What you saw down there is a bargaining chip that we have to further our partnership with Orcivis. Now, I don't know what your intentions are after seeing that, but obviously, no matter what, I can't stop you, what you want to do with it. But that was planned on being used as a bargaining chip to, again, further strengthen our cause. So do with that what you will.
You see the eyes snap back to the frog. Trescal looks at the frog and they once again go into stasis for a brief moment. Looks back towards you. Trescal looks to the rest of you. Frog begins to hobble over. Direction of Lucar. As Lucar looks down upon the frog. Frog looks up. For a brief moment, and hear telepathic lurch. Lady Trillia. Or the frog unfurls their tongue. Begins to course purple and pink cackling lightning throughout Lucar's body. And then the voice is nothing.
What was that?
I knew I liked the frog.
Frog stops, closes its mouth, and turns back. Trescal They lock eyes once more. What lies underneath will be destroyed.
As you wish.
Sounds like someone has a new master.
They begin to move over, rushing in, and then beginning to reach downwards to the dungeon as they begin to remove debris, different rock and stone. They're having to move away from the destruction that it causes, the debris that's being toppled by this gargantuan creature. Seeing them as an ally, the frog continues to move with you, stopping and staring, intent and focused on the destruction of Tresgol, Trillia's dungeon. And then, you see as Tresgol stops, begins to reach their talons deep into the earth, and as they begin to pull out, bipyramidal obelisk object clutches of their talons. Large, massive stone structure. Has a series of runes on a very small part of its top. Bottom part of the pyramidal structure is elongated and long, like a spire extending deep into the earth, a tooth that has extracted and holds it for a brief moment. See this purple and pink light begin to sprout. The top of the spire begins to twist and turn. Purple lightning, very similar in design, different color, pushes back. Then a crushing of the talon smashes the spire in 3 different pieces. Blue lightning is lost. Sees Tresgol closes the eyes and a release is made. They groan, they let out a deep breath, relaxed. Turn. Spire crashes down to the earth, causing more destruction of rubble.
Well, if you didn't want to help, you could have just said no. That was rude.
Tresgol, if you don't mind me asking a question,
Yes.
when we head to Ismar, confront the Silver Dragon, if we were able to sway it to our cause, would you be amenable to that?
Belzar will be slain.
We don't take orders from you, Worm. Mind your tongue.
Bearson looks at you.
Easy. We're allies here. Don't forget that.
Sees they
Differences of
become
opinion.
entranced. For near 2 minutes as they stare and lock eyes with you, Maldora. Stop. It must be done.
The thing that seems to now control you wants the death of all dragons. That would seem counterintuitive for yourself, would it not?
Dragons will be stopped, and I will be what remains. Do what you will. But you are chosen. What has begun cannot be stopped. As it locks eyes with the frog, frog hobbles itself, jumping back into the water. Eyes perched up, looking from left to right. Tresgal turns and looks towards you, Tegan. Distance, cleared from the rubble. My herald. Good luck.
Before he goes, can I try to do what he did to me and use the stone to delve deeper to try to see what exactly is going on with this change of demeanor?
Okay. Go ahead and make a. Have you make an intelligence saving throw, please?
Kind of right next to Luke, right?
I don't need to
Yeah,
be.
stand next to Luke already doing it. So, intelligence saving throw of a 24 here. Bracing your mind, focusing on the stone and pressing further. You can hear language repetitive over and over and over again. A variety of commands echoes through. And those echoes continue pulsating over and over and over and over again endlessly. There's nothing within the mind that resembles that of Tresgal.
Can I attempt to touch Tresgal and dispel magic at 4th level?
Give your roll.
That's just a charisma check then?
Correct. "21. As you reach out, walking up to Tresgal, to begin to unfurl their wings to take flight. Grab onto Crest one of the talons, channeling a dispelled magic. As it begins to echo outwards, feel magic greater, far beyond. Something that was dispelled for a brief moment is reinvigorated, brought forth tenfold. Dragon snaps towards you and stares. If gained control for a split second, then stops. Wings take flight. Tresgal begins to fly away, head east.
I kind of turn to the rest of the party, because I know Maldor's already kind of put the pieces together at least, and say, I don't know what this means for the bigger picture, but Tresgal is definitely not acting under his own control.
It means the alliance we thought we had with Tresgal is now with the old one.
It's
Pretty
not like we
positive.
trusted him that much to begin with, but we certainly can't trust him now. It does mean that if we get around to dealing with the old one, now Tresgal is going to be an obstacle in that path.
That's for way later than what we're doing now. We still have a lot of pieces on the board before we even try to take out Damodar.
What was
And if-
that?
I was just gonna say, and if I'm being honest, Damodar might be the end of my fight. Been thinking about it a lot. That might be where I go back home. We'll see how it goes. Because I'm as far as we are concerned, I'm here as long as Damodar is a threat. Anything after that, I'd have to know a lot. I'm sorry, Thanos, what were you saying?
That blue lightning from the obelisk.
If I had to guess, I'd say we just met a rival of the old one. Fortunately, saw a demise of its presence.
So
Could it be
there,
one of the
there's-
group?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're good.
I was gonna say through the investigation that we did back in the dungeon makes me think that it might be the god of chaos, a god of order, whoever or whatever that is.
Missing one.
So do we think that that was a way to commune with that deity specifically, wherever they are?
Yes, I
If
think
that's
so.
the case, I doubt that's the only one.
No,
The old man
actually,
certainly has more than one.
I've been thinking about this. I have a spell I would like to try. Um, as long as we have the gold for it, I can. If I know the something of legendary importance, I can glean knowledge from it through arcane means. But we, it costs a lot of gold, so I wouldn't do that without y'all's permission.
Seems worthwhile. Also,
Whatever you have to do.
given that there are still pieces of it left, do you think you could use that to find another one?
Is it sitting out in the open?
Crumbled in 3 pieces. The top of the obelisk is large size in comparison to the gargantuan size. It's like a tooth, right? And so, or an iceberg, right? You only have the small part of a much larger whole, and the rest of it doesn't have any sorts of these indentations every so often. In fact, it's just smooth stone that comes through in that pyramidal shape. It's like a spire, right? Something that's been kind of jabbed in like a dagger would, right? And then the top end has a series of indentations. In fact, there are 4 indentations, 4 levels. And there are runes that go around it.
Are the runes any language that we know?
So you're making way over to the rubble and the debris, climbing over some of the stuff of the keep as well as the walls, trying to find the piece that has kind of broken off that contains the top end of whatever it was that Trescal had removed from Trillia's dungeon. From there, the ground kind of shakes and rumbles as things kind of cave in to where this thing was plucked in at, right? So you're disturbing rubble, trying to be as cautious as possible. You observe it roughly 30 to so feet away from you at present. You stare at it and look. It does not appear to be a language that you know. In fact, it's language you have never seen before.
Just to take a stab at the dark, Varus is going to ritually cast Comprehend Languages.
Ritually cast comprehend languages perched on some bit of the rubble that seems safety, sanctuary as such. Sees the odd frog, says eyes above the water level, looking from left to right, patiently waiting for something. The rest of you, watching from afar, talking amongst yourselves perhaps. Ritual cast of 10 minutes comes through. Remember, it's also dark right now. We are in the days of darkness as well, and so when this happened, there wasn't much light to really go off of, except from some of the fires that were ever burning the palisade wall, and that's what's giving this very much a scene-like effect. You stare, and you look on, deciphering this language. It's rather interesting. As each level speaks as a calendar. Seconds to minutes, hours, weeks.
As part of comprehend languages, does it tell me what the language is, or do
No.
I just speak?
Does not tell you what the language is or what it is called, only that you're able to read it.
It's so strange. And I'll, crawl back through the rubble to the rest of the.
Okay.
While he's doing that, is there any way I could start sifting through the rubble just to see if I find anything of interest whatsoever?
Go and make an investigation check. The 17, you're pulling bits and pieces of rubble and metal, trying to find things. The difficult part is whatever Treskull did to pull this thing out has created this entire area of where there might be anything of value to be greatly hazardous. And so as you're investigating moving things, there's a deep rubble and a shake, and then a twisting and turning as more things fall into the crevice, into the hole this large object was pulled from. And that takes you aback as there's a quake in the earth for a brief moment. The investigation that you've taken for this little bit of time, you were not able to find much of anything beyond some of the upper floors of the keep, and some of the items of weaponry and bedrolls, as well as some food items have tumbled within the rocks. Anything that might be of value would either have to be deep down below, sunken wherever this object was taken from, or in the upper levels of that alchemist kind of horror-like room, glassware, and the things most likely smashed and destroyed.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but I'm exhausted, and I would like to get some rest.
Herbert, do your thing.
So, we begin to call upon Herbert. And Herbert is answering the call, constructing the cottage. You all are pulled into the cottage space, moving your tokens onto the board, and we will activate the pocket card.
Just real quick, sorry, I had to step away. The dog was having a fit. If I could have been useful in Varys's investigation as far as languages or
I comprehend. I use the spell comprehend language.
Comprehend
okay, so
languages.
you're covered.
Yep.
All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure.
Yep, we're good. Gotcha.
I'm before we go to bed, I'm gonna look. I'm gonna talk to Erwin. I mean, like, are you okay with everything that's happening? You've been very silent.
Well, when I saw the blue one, at first I thought we were done. I was like, "There's no way we can fight a second one," and then thankfully, it was on our side. Um, I'm not sure. A lot happened today. A lot that I never thought I would experience. For one, I became a frog. I'm still
That's the
getting
top
used to
issue.
that.
Yes. Yeah.
I think I just need to sleep on it.
Okay. Well.
But I appreciate you checking in on me.
Yes, and also, um, thank you for choosing to come along and help us. I mean, we survived that dragon fight a lot because of your healing. So, if you ever have a time, I'd love to hear more about your uh, your patron and get to know her. She seems like a much more my speed if she has followers like you.
And I put a hand on his shoulder and was like, I'm sure she'd love to meet you too. I'm not gonna kiss you, so good night.
Yes, yes. Good night. Ferris goes.
King of Virginia.
Tegan from his room. Get a room!
I would go into my room and attempt to commune with Orcivis, though, just to follow up on some questions that were asked by the party. What exactly is going to happen now with the marshes, and if he's planning to extend it, blah, blah, blah.
So, as you all begin to find your appropriate spaces to get rest, to find aid in Herbert the Pocket Cottage, or when you nestle yourself into bed once more, see two little eyes and the rest of your right side of your pillow spring up and close. But it's comfortable. Yeah, I feel like at this point you might be able to deal with some of the oddities of this party, especially.
Just wait till you meet Artemis.
Yes, till you meet Thanos, you are getting some rest here, and you reach out to Orcivis, but there is not really a response to you, and you eventually begin to fall into a trance. And it's at that point, as you fall into a trance, that you are brought forth in your dreams, immune.
Of course, theatrical.
It's like when you're trying to text somebody and they call you. It's like, God damn it! I just
Damn,
wanted
I just
to text
wanted-
you.
Just wanted an answer.
I just wanted to speak. Son of a bitch.
You see, as you awake in a dream, you look up, Orcivis is there. In their throne, as they seem to always be. Is this an avatar of the deity? A place that they construct, simply brought here to represent themselves? Or is this real? It's difficult to understand. You see as Orcivis looks upon you with the scythe laid over the lap. The hood reaches upwards, the 6 eye holes glowing with purple cloud energy stares at you.
Grugash
This is how we will commune.
I like the color scheme. I might put this in my room. But that said, Grugash is dead. I just had a couple of questions of what is to come. What is your plan with the marshes, and do you plan to extend that reach?
With my son put to rest, I will have another. Time in the Shadowfell moves differently. The time your plane. In the marshes of Unveiling, time is distorted. Representation of what it is here. As you can see, moves quite differently. The growth of a dragon to Grugash's size. Took a lifetime. More than a lifetime. I will work, bestowing them with great power. While that transpires, the undead will be relinquished. Stands up as the scythe stamps. And will be brought under my control. the enchantment and the power that I had gifted Grugash. Some of it was to control this undead that removed. I am the bear. They will remain in the marshes of Unveiling, brought forth to the Siltoric Citadel, so they may defend any attempts dismantling the congruence. This bridge. The fog, the time distortion will remain. A side effect of this plane leaching to yours. It is beyond my control. The undead will attack and kill any. But they will not roam throughout the marshes, and enslaving Fae. No. Those will be left to do with what they please.
Sounds reasonable. My party is of
Trust. Banner. This is what we will build. You and I. Your party is not included within that.
That is also reasonable. I simply wanted to appease those who view life a bit differently. Not as quick to snuff it out. If you're not going to extend your domain, then it should be easy to convince them of the alliance.
Good.
We should get the egg tomorrow and, well, after we rest, I should say, due to the time distortion, and I'll bring that to the tower.
You will be permitted through the Citadel walls. You and only you. We'll bring the egg. My not.
That shouldn't be a problem.
Guardians of the tower. Take it from you. And in mere moments, the egg will disappear. The weapon will be presented to you.
Once I leave the marshes, do you have anything that you wish for me to do outside of the marshes?
Like a good neighbor, Orcivis is always here. I couldn't resist it.
Fucking stay
I
farm.
couldn't resist
And
it.
have a good
I
night, everybody.
couldn't
It's been the
resist
Ill
I had no
Village.
choice. I had no
We
choice.
died to the pun.
All right. You will move against Damodar. You will put an end to them. For what they have done to my son, to your brother. How you do this, you are free to decide that. I will be here if you wish to commune with me in your dreams. outside of the marshes of Unveiling. I cannot bring you here, but your voice and mine will connect. That is enough. I will not reach to you unless you command it. This is the service I provide. Trust. Trust. We will build.
Thanos will drop to one knee and bow his head as he usually does. That is all I had as far as questions.
Let you sleep peacefully, my child. Let
And
you
Thanos will
awake
simply-
anew. Hands begin to move around. Cloud of dust begins to surround. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say he would just nod.
And then you are sleeping. Pulling the stream view and you back to scene. Good dreams and pleasantness you feel. You have a vivid and imaginative dream frolicking through the meadows and the grasses of a beautiful redwood forest. Similar in design of how you perceived the marshes prior. Now it's yourself, not hideous undead you are hunting. Beautiful place. The pleasant trees, the dreams, it's only a small part of what Orcus can provide. You all go through a long rest.
Hey.
Question, Michael.
Yeah.
When Tresgold penetrated my mind, could I see what he saw in my memories? Like, do I know specifically what he looked at?
No.
Okay. Because I had a question as to what he was referring to needed to be destroyed, if it was the obelisk or the egg.
Roll insight. The obelisk.
Okay.
Driscoll did not
Before,
care about the egg at all.
Kind of ironic, given that he's so determined to kill all the dragons.
He wants to kill the dragons under Damodar's control. Very
Well,
different.
if he's being piloted remotely by the old one specifically said all dragons must die. That was like that's what he told Damodar to go do.
Yeah.
Before Maldor goes to sleep. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt anybody. He's gonna summon Linnea from the seed if he can. He's gonna try to.
Okay. Linnea falters to the knees, puts the hands upon your thigh, reaching forward. What is it?
You all right? Haven't spoken recently.
Wild dog appeared.
Yes. This cottage does weird, strange things. It was a bit of a day. We killed Brugash. How much are you able to perceive from within?
I could perceive
Standing
some
above goes on.
things, sights and sounds and glimpses.
Day. We prevailed, but many nearly met their deaths. One of them did. I did what I could to protect them, but never seems to be enough.
Grips your thigh tightly. Say that. You saved them. That is enough.
Jay. We encountered something strange. Obviously, you're familiar with the Old One and his intervention in our lives, what he's done to yourself included. I suspect we discovered an artifact belonging to a rival of his. He destroyed it before we could make any sense of it, but given your time among the Celestials and the Divine, are you aware of any such creature that would be an antagonist of the Old One, similar types of abilities?
The guidance I can offer you is that there is one. They sacrifice themselves. Memories and time. It's difficult to understand. There was a moment that this happened, and a moment that things changed. That one path went into many.
So you believe that it is this divine being of order, or remnants of it?
I remember
Makes
Helm
sense.
speaking of order and remarking to a deity that had done as such. But even Helm, their memories could not surpass what had been done.
Do you suppose this fragment of divinity that I carry, that all of us seem to carry, came from that being as part of the sacrifice?
It's possible. Powerful beings and deities are brought to ruin, destroyed, which happened during the severance, and other times and periods of the cosmos. Devastating wakes are left. Maybe this is the wake.
See a world with no more wakes of devastation from the machinations of the divine and extraplanar. I would see this plane of existence a safe haven for all those who would seek shelter from the trappings of the powerful and immortals.
That is what you seek, Maldor. The congruences must be stopped. Scaffold, a bridge, so ancient, not even the deities can bring them to ruin. They are merely used. You will have to do more than what a deity has been able to do. Are you capable of that?
Perhaps not yet, but maybe eventually.
And will you return? The domain of Helm.
I do not think he would have me.
Not to have, but to put to an end, to take over, save.
I have no machinations on his domain. If it seems as though we will never be free of his trifling until he is gone, then yes, I will seek him out and destroy him. If it is possible to simply cut him off from this plane of existence permanently, then that may solve the problem. Less theatrics.
See as they pick themselves up and sit down next to you on the couch and lay themselves across your lap, turning their head towards the ceiling. As you turn towards them, wrap your arm around their head, and near the chest, two beady eyes pop out from the seat cushion. For a brief moment, they close. Linnea is none the wiser. Probably wouldn't care either way.
I would see you have a safe place outside of this contraption you've been trapped in. I worry for the time being that releasing you would put you in danger from Helm, but also understand that there's a expiration date on this item, and it seems that none of us are in control of when that takes place. Concerned about what might happen to you if this item is used before we've found a way to set you free. I suppose that's a problem for another day.
That's your only fear? Thought of losing
Only-
me?
Just one.
One of many.
You're the only thing that has ever kept me on a path. Focused.
As Linnea reaches her hands up towards your jaw, presses your neck, your cheek. Will you let me distract you from your fears tonight?
Always.
And then fade to black. Oh, yeah.
Wow, that took a turn.
With
Yeah.
Thanos
And Herbert
standing
gets
behind
to
the
watch
couch
the whole
invisible.
thing.
Herbert, the ultimate voyeur.
The ultimate, ultimate warrior.
Herbert sees all.
You damn sick bastard, DM. Why'd you make this item?
It is
I love
really
it.
fucked up that he's just watching all of
He's
us.
not
The
watching.
living people.
I said they poked
be
eyes
fair-
out of the cushion for a brief moment, then it went away.
Yeah, but he's
God.
not tracking him the whole
See,
time.
here's the thing. We all know that the eyes are just for show, and you can constantly see. Like,
Yeah,
like,
permanent
He
vision
sees
on the whole
everything.
thing.
Yeah.
Feels,
eyes are-
feels everything of the couch.
Oh no.
is it technically a threesome? Is it?
Just
Please.
wait
Oh
until
my
we set
God.
up outside of a Lathan
That's
and
enough.
people start bringing women home because we're like living in a Lathan. Oh no.
Start hearing a slight moan come from the couch.
No, stop.
It's not a
And then you
snake.
hear it from the kitchen table, and then you hear it from the chair.
No, it's not a moan. It's a creaking noise coming from the cupboards.
The cupboards are slamming shut a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Okay. So we haven't taken a break. I went long through the stuff to get through the rest and kind of downtime-ish. So you all have thoughts, right, of what you want to do next. I will state that I'm not, I'm the Satoric stuff, that's quite a bit of mappage, and I'm not going to have tokens be dragged through certain things, so we'll probably just end up theater minding that because it'll be easier based on how Thanos, you're kind of the only one being kind of brought
Going.
forth to that, yeah, and the rest of you, unless you're fighting against that, it seems like everyone is kind of on board with going, hey, you know what, our job is done here. I'm just reading the room, right? Our job is done here. We
Lesser
don't-
of two evils.
Yeah, the lesser
gain
of
an
two
ally.
evils. Exactly. Gain an ally.
Yeah, doing
that
what
sort
we
of thing.
can.
Yeah. So no one's going to move against that. Especially now, Thanos, you might have something to offer in the morning, right? Of this day. It'll still be night in the morning, but you'll have something to offer in terms of how Orsiphus had said that they're actually not going to attack, really. They're actually going to they're going to kind of call the undead back around the Historic Citadel where the site of the congruence is, where the bridge is, and they're basically going to fortify defenses. And that, to you, is, that's exactly what you said. Hey, I don't want you to march your undead, stop attacking things, blah, blah, blah. They're not going to do any of that, right? They're essentially just going to isolate themselves here, bolster themselves, probably even rebuild in a way, and then maybe have an army of sorts ready to go when the time comes, right? So that's kind of what Orsiphus was hinting at here, was that, you keep doing work, right? We have this agreement, we build trust, trust. Eventually this becomes more than what it is now. And the weapon that's being provided to you in exchange for the egg is one part of building that trust. And then, some moving against Damodar and that sort of thing. Perhaps if something comes up, right, that Orsiphus says, that's also.
I know I wasn't there, but I do have a question for clarification.
Yeah.
What he suggested, would they be just fortifying the congruence and leaving the rest of the marches unattended? Or will they be coexisting with the Fae?
So this is, really kind of bringing about, culminating all the stuff that we've experienced here. The redwoods became the marshes. And according to Orsiphus, that corruption of the land is a side effect of what had happened with the congruence, right? So it's a side effect of this. It's basically a spillover of, so the fog, the distortion of time, the decaying of vegetation, the turning of this stuff into Shadowfellish things, that all of which is just a side effect of the congruence. Now, none of you have kind of allied yourself with a body of Fae, particularly, okay? I say that because it remains to be seen in terms of the druids. Remains to be seen, yeah, exactly what you do there. But I think regardless of that, they live in their own kind of grotto plane, this whole different area. So they're not really implicated. And so it kind of comes into realm of, okay, what are you doing, Orsiphus, then with the undead, right? Because that's really the key here, is what you're doing with the undead. What are you doing with if you have any more generals, what are you doing with your commanders, right? That sort of thing. And what Orsiphus has said is basically just going to grab all the undead that's within their reach, basically in their control, and they're going to bring them back to the heart of Thixia, Satoric Citadel, right? Which is this area that exists in Thixia that still slightly remains because of the Satoric Tower, and that's where the actual congruence and things exist, right? That's the bridge spot. And they said that they would not be hunting Fae, that they said they would not be going after them, as that the status quo was prior. So they're breaking that. And that's what I was hinting at, that isolation. They're really kind of just coming in and isolating themselves, rebolstering, building. And as long as Thanos is building that trust, as agreed upon this, they're not going to do anything. They're just going to kind of continue what they're doing, because Orsiphus has lost their son that they had spent your lifetimes, like elvish lifetimes, in trying to empower and grow and teach. And now they have lost also Trillia. They have lost that knight, the person, Savant, right? They've lost that one. So they've lost all these pieces of what they had. And so they are trying to rebuild themselves. And in order to do that, it takes time.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And
he almost needs Thanos at this point because he lost all of his other generals.
yeah, so there is a mutualistic things happening here. And that's, the best thing I can convey out of character, meta at that point. But just want to clarify points and stuff. And you all have a say, obviously, in what you want to do next. But in terms of the exchange of the egg and then the alliance right here at this point, just reading the room, it seems like everyone's on board with this and wanting to go with this. But if you are against it, now would be the time in the morning, right after your long rest here, would be the time that you would be conversing with Thanos, right, and being like, "Hey, we need to have a switch. We need to have a change because once this is done, it's done." In fact, Thanos, you don't know what the repercussions are if you move against Orsimus. So that could mean very devastating things for you as a character. So, yeah. So, anyways, we're going to take a 10-minute break here. So, we'll even cut it down if people come back early enough. We'll probably cut it down, just kind of finish up with the session in terms of conversation and notes and things. Yeah, so if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. So we'll try to aim back, maybe only 5 minutes, 2:40 p.m. PDT, 2:45 if it's late. And hopefully you kind of keep with us and watch the end of the session here for the last little bit of roleplay. So thanks so much, and we'll see you in a bit.
Chat.
Later. Oof.
All right. Welcome back for our last bit of our session here. So we go through positions of role play, these different things. You've all taken a long rest here in the Pocket Cottage. You are arising from your sleeps here. Linnea obviously is no longer here, so you've been put back in their presence, and so Maldor, you're feeling quite fantastic, dare I say, is the word. No, you've put your mind at ease for the evening and the night. The distraction, towards what you fear, what lies ahead, the distraction was welcoming, and you have long rested as well. Now, it is still dark out. We're still in the swing of things. Based on time, you're looking at probably this will be the final day, per se, of night. And so you're really disoriented in terms of how much time has passed. Remember that we have full swings, so 3 days, right? 3 days, that sort of thing. The time is moving drastically different than the outside world here. As you all get yourselves up, you notice that the certain things, fruits and objects and whatnot inside of the space, they change, right? To kind of provide a little bit of ambiance. This place is kind of dynamic, still weathered to time in a way, and eventually those are kind of shaped up and moved and things, right? In terms of positions, maybe a couple cupboards are like dusted off randomly by something, and you're like, whoa, what was that? But everything else is pretty normal. Now, it is dark, unless you wish to have light. You always ask Herbert if you want to have a chandelier or a lamp or something to give you some more light in the space. But beyond that, you really just have the dim light from the fireplace and the brightness of the flames.
Yeah. I think Varys is gonna sit down to eat, and almost immediately opens up books, because that's what he does. He is going to look through. I don't know how to pronounce the name. I think it's Retheldar. Hey, I have his spell book, but I don't have the list of spells. So I was gonna see if
Rithalda's spellbook.
Yeah, I was gonna see if water breathing was in there before I go to the tome.
Water breathing is not in Rithalda's spellbook.
All right. Well, then he'll open up the tome and say Rokala and look for water breathing.
Right. Go ahead.
Hey,
Wow.
It's in there
you
for
really
sure.
wanted that
It's in
fucking
there.
spell. That man was like, "There's gold down there. I can use that gold to cast Legend Lore. We're getting that goddamn gold today, man. We're getting that motherfucking gold."
Yeah, and he'll just he wants to be in the room and kind of hear everyone speak. So he'll start working on that, and it'll take like 6 hours. It's a third level spell. So
While he's doing that, can I grab Maldor and Lucar and bring them outside and have them drag in the top part of the obelisk into Herbert to store? Because you said it's large, correct?
It's large, like large in terms of size. So
It wouldn't fit inside Herbert.
Just make it a piece of furniture fixture.
I mean, you could drag it. It's extremely
centerpiece.
heavy. It's solid.
That's why I
it's
brought the
solid
two
stone.
big boys.
So we're talking not just we're not talking hundreds of pounds. We're talking tonnage at this point.
I know, but
Whoa.
I
They're
feel
not-
like
their strength swords will not be high enough to be able to move tonnage.
You're gonna turn him into a
So-
giant ape.
Could ask Varys to help.
Is a giant ape stronger than Maldor at this point? I don't know.
yeah, I
You're
was
gonna
about
have
to
to
say
turn
probably
Lucar into a
not.
giant ape.
I just feel if there's any sort of way that we can bring it with us, we should.
Well-
Also, I think it's too heavy for Herbert.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
too
Herbert
heavy
has a-
for
Herbert can't
anybody.
contain it.
Yeah.
You could do some rubbings of the markings or something.
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
just
we
take
can-
notes.
Then
Well,
we'll,
yeah, I mean,
we can do that then.
Put your
And I
captain
also
down, so.
translated it because
Yeah.
so
Can I take a picture? No, I'm kidding.
Can I
Pull
get a
out my
selfie?
pocket phone in
Bring-
another world.
Bring your cell phone.
it's an
You have
isekai
this the whole
anime
time?
now.
I don't really get cell service in the Privateer plane.
Yeah, it's the fog. Flux of the cell reception.
Yeah.
I think we're all
but
just
yeah,
doing downtime events at this point, right?
Okay.
Yeah, for 6 hours, Varys will be copying water breathing into his spell book.
Okay.
Thanos is gonna go find shit to make more healing potions because we burned through
I
way too
will-
many
all
fucking
of them.
potions.
I'll go with Thanos, and because I know it annoys him, every like 5-10 minutes, I'm gonna like touch his cloak and cast light on it. So then
Uh,
Find more
the
berries.
beacon of
That's
beacon
when
of light.
Thanos turns into a panther and just fucking disappears up a tree somewhere. And he's fucking invisible, and you never see Thanos again.
Dude, my passive perception is 19. It's hard to hide from me.
I
Yeah, but he
go
turns
invisible. I am invisible at night, sir.
That's why I keep casting light on you.
Yeah, but if I just turn into a panther and that item goes away, and then I run away,
That's
Gone.
funny.
No, but I would like Thanos to teach me how to make these potions
Healing.
as well. I think it would be very beneficial in my skill set.
Thanos, do you have an alchemist kit?
I do.
You should give that to me
Why?
so I can practice with it.
Actually, no, I don't have an alchemist kit. I have a
He's a
herbalist
herbalist.
Why would you lie to me like that?
kit. Because I thought I had an alchemist kit.
No,
Look,
I
I'm just
need.
practicing for all my lying to you guys that I'm gonna have to do when I sneak off to murder people for worse. Okay?
Yeah, well, I need to. I was actually thinking I probably need to learn alchemy for that. What's that potion? The one that recharges your spell slots. That shit's crazy.
I
We
have
can-
cartographer tools.
I think we should wait for NPC shit until we get back to a town. I feel like that's
That's true.
fair.
I can
Oh, yeah.
also teach you guys alchemy.
Oh, so you learned
fun.
alchemy?
No, so there's fun fact about the race is that if I focus on ancestry and shit, I can technically learn from previous elvish memories for a temporary proficiency.
Oh, okay.
So I can swap that up every long rest.
Okay.
I haven't used it very much. I think the last time was cartographer tools. So I still know how to navigate shit.
Yeah. Well, that
Use
was
that
also
one
something
time.
I wanted to learn, so I could be the navigator of our ship when we actually use that thing.
Oh, maybe that was why I learned it was the ship.
No, it was
Well,
because of the map to get to the
Oh, yeah.
past unyielding, I think is what it was called.
I haven't used that shit again since we went to fucking Girder.
Yeah, pretty much.
So really, it's your fault that the old one has control of a giant, massive undead dragon.
Yeah.
And we could have not dealt with the dragon and we could have just went and killed the Lich. I was on the side of killing the Lich.
I'm
I
perfectly
couldn't
fine
fit down the
with it.
hallway.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yeah,
I
so
per-
whose fault again was it that we couldn't go kill the Lich?
Yeah, it's not my fault. I got cursed.
Yeah, I mean, why are we playing the blame game about decisions that past us made?
So are we going
us are
to?
a bunch of jackasses.
That is true.
They
Well,
deserve it.
Varys is studying and everyone's here. I'll kind of just kick back at the table, feet across, and on the other chair.
Like knock
This could
shit
be
over onto his
before.
books.
Yeah, by accident. Like just that cheese wheel just is on the pages now.
Yeah, Varys just eats it all in one bite. Stop fucking with me.
Varys, as you
I'm
pick
not
up
trying to.
Varys, as you pick up the cheese wheel, you see two eyes appear in the cheese well. The cheese
Yeah.
there. It's two eyes appear and it's just like staring at
Varys
you.
goes to take him out.
And then the eyes just close and disappear and you consume it.
So this
Fuck,
could be
I almost
before
got him.
Thanos and Erwin leave, but he's just gonna kick back and say, "So, are we going to Ismar after this, or what's?" I just thought right now would be a good time as any, considering we have to wait for Booksmart's over here to finish his little scratchings.
The timeline as I see it is he learns his spell. We're probably here for another day. We get the gold, we get the egg. We head towards Siltoric Tower. Unfortunately, You guys
We
are not
claim
allowed
our
in.
We also can claim our reward for killing the dragon from the fort because I think we
Yes,
said that.
that's after we leave. You guys are not allowed in Siltoric. This is an FYI. I'm gonna have to leave you guys in Herbert outside somewhere.
Are you sure?
I'm
Feel
going to
comfortable
trust him
going?
on this one. He can trust me, and if we build this trust, then maybe we get more out of him. If he kills me, then he kills me.
As he described the weapon he promised you.
He is not. Just that it was of him. So what that entails, who knows? He seems to enjoy dreams. He did give me some great dreams last night. Probably the
Oh,
first time that I've been
Hmm.
content since I met you all.
You know, I'd
fair.
make a joke, but you're not capable of those sorts of dreams, so.
I
Thanos,
still don't know what you're talking about.
as soon as we're done, if we get back on the road, I'm going to give you a sexual education class because I'm tired of these stupid ass jokes.
Perhaps just a picture book or something.
Picture book.
Yeah, I mean, look, I have a keen mind. I can definitely do you a picture book.
Anyway, then yes, I suppose Fort Farron, get the money, and then Eastmore makes the most sense.
Also,
I believe we were planning on going there anyway. So
yeah,
if we're still going.
Erwin, this is a good time to also ask: are you planning on coming with us?
To where?
To Eastmar.
The desert.
The desert.
No, Eastmore's not the
Eastmar's not the
desert.
desert.
Well, it's on the way to the desert, isn't it?
No,
It's
No.
like over there.
there's a
It's
whole nother
north.
mountain pass between us and the desert. We have
Yeah,
to
it's
go
like
like down
north.
through Balder and shit. Like, there's
All right.
this whole mountain
There's
pass.
so
So-
much, dude.
So,
Well,
right, it's north of the desert.
Um,
so now we're on the map. We're going to go OC here because I'm going to describe some geography and these things
Mhm.
to you to help you build the scale. Eastmar does actually have a regional map that I had created for it. So I'm not going to display that because I'm still working on the journal notes and how that works. But now, there are two passes that get you into Eastmar. You have the Gorn Pass, which is claimed by Fort Farron. Fort Farron operates Fort Flatminer, which is a mountain fort, simply a checkpoint, if you will, within the pass, that negotiates taxes and other sorts of rendering aid, right, for travelers and things that might be passing through. It's more of an outpost than a fort in terms of comparison to how Fort Farron is. Now, Fort Flatminer is defended and guarded by soldiers from Fort Farron and is under the command of Commander Remar Luna and is in jurisdiction of Lord Thaunfalor. Okay? So we talk about territory that Lord Thaunfalor presides over in northern Gorn Valley in terms of how that is. This fort would be part of that. Now, the Gorn Pass is the primary method to get into Eastmar. Eastmar is surrounded by two different mountain ranges. They're surrounded by the Frosthorn Mountains, as well as the Lavstyr Mountains. And the Lavstyr Mountains surround the Crystal Desert. And the southern Lavstyr mountain range holds Mount Chris, which is all the way down here. Now, the reason why they've converged these mountain ranges into one is that the mountains that separate the Gorn Valley from the Crystal Desert, which essentially are these mountains here as they come through, they are not very large because they were brought about from an event in history. So, in terms of elevation, they actually can be traversed without much difficulty. Now, you can't take a wagon, can't take a horse through them, but they are sandstone mountains. So think in terms of your mind how a sandstone mountain like might look. You might have some grasses growing through if there's any earthen areas, but the rocket itself and the way it's designed is more or less not structurally sound, so they're not able to really grow too high. Right? Some of the sand has been kind of glassed because of heat when dragons are fighting. So there's actually gorges and ravines of glass. And they form cracks and crevices of movement. So take that as well. Elevation wise, you're looking at under 10,000 feet for those mountains. Okay. Versus the frost storm, we talked about Grand, 17, 25,000. Lapster Mountains are reaching those heights as well. And so the mountains that separate, which is technically that connection between what they're calling the Lapster, is less. That borders and separates the Gorn Valley from the Crystal Desert. Okay? The other pass to get into Ismar is from the Crystal Desert. And that is from Lucier, which is a trader outpost, a settlement, if you will, within the Crystal Desert, which sits on Witten Bay. And that is the Torval Pass, and that goes to Fort Equal. That is over here.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Torval is also where Tresgold's lair is, right?
That was, yes. So now you're hit, your layers here. So yes, Tresgold had said that their lair was Torval. So remains to be seen if Tresgold went back to that layer or if that's an older type thing. So, but that's technically where Tresgold's actual lair was. It was over there. So Ismar is a nomadic region. It has communities that have formed. There's the Windy Tower, Windy Ale House. That is a community. Cooperative. Fork is a town. Also has a community. All of which are around agriculture and hunting. Because Ismar is claimed by large and huge-sized creatures that roam plains and traverse in the forested regions, as well as moving through the foothills. Orcs reign supreme in the foothills and dominate the central parts of the region. Centaurs roam the plains and cause problems for bounty hunting and monster hunting, as well as hunters. Takthar, Twin Fork, those are both in same size comparison as Forg. They would be village to towns, population size, and they have their own communities which are self-sustaining. It means they don't actually need travelers and traders to get to them because they're out on their own. Think about Homestead, right? America's type thing. We're going off and pitching our tents out, that sort of thing. And now they've kind of been building houses and that. They're going to have their own laws and their own ways. What unites them is this democratic union that's put on by the dwarves and sanctioned by the Telthars. And that democratic union, which takes 6 years, an actual dwarven clan gets first rights of trade. They get to occupy the Granite Keep in Aluda. They get to preside over the Stone Council, and they get to kind of oversee things. They, in exchange for first rights of trade, they have to offer protection. So they have to have soldiers that go and patrol and roam and do things to try to push back orcs or centaurs or beasts, right? Provide aid and supplies at times, things like that. The Dwarven clans reside in the Frosthorn Mountains. Those Dwarven clans are within this space of mountains. It's a loose line. And of course, the Ismar regional map actually has those cities and those places positioned on there. This map does not represent that. The struggle with this region is, and what we know as a party, we've heard, is that something has happened to that democratic union. There is a clan that has arisen and taken control by force. And so what was stable is not stable. Some form of protection is not there. There are lords, there are ladies, there are nobles. They might have farmers, homesteaders. They have their own banners. But they are out there in terms of reach for the Telthars. They're far. And so when the Lord Thaun Falor, to the Commander Imaraluna, to the king, begins to send out the envoys to those lords and ladies to gather forces. Those messengers have to go quite far and have to go through quite a bit to actually reach those places to get people from there. Based on your time spent at Fort Farron, travelers and traders were coming from the Gorin Pass. And there was also a grouping of dwarfs that aided in your fight. They were deserters of the clan that Bros brought forth to take over. Okay? So, Ismar is dominated by Red Rock. In Dwarvish, it's Red Rook, so they really call it. It's this really hefty red stone, and it dominates the region that the foothills are comprised of. The trees are a orangish auburn hue, evergreens, and they grow significantly tall and reaching of height. The rivers that come through here are miles wide. There are separations from volcanic and dragon fights that have transpired in the region over time. Grand and immaculate bridges that span these miles have been built by dwarfs to connect areas for trading and things. And this has happened over hundreds of years. Okay? So when you go here, right, it remains to be seen of what safety you will have and of what population is, what's happening here, right? So that kind of gives you a little bit of information. Now, Aluda sits on a bay. That is the city of stone. It is on a plateau. It is made of red rock. It is a very formidable and defensible city. It's also a small city. It's not very large. Context to Athema as well. So, but you have Uthen Bay. There's always the opportunity traveling by ship. Might not have to even go through the rest of the region. Takthar also sits on the bay, Rockfort Bay. So those are opportunities beyond just doing land travel. So, does anybody have any questions on that?
No. We would just have to, as a group, decide if we're gonna take our carriage that's at Fort Farron there or go back to Alathan and grab our ship.
Yeah, we own a ship.
But if we do go to the ship, we have to go like all the way around. But didn't we talk about maybe doing that because of we would use the ship to to traverse the desert since it's so hard to
Yeah.
travel there?
Yeah, to
We could also
possibly get
potentially
out.
send a message and like have somebody bring us the ship and meet us somewhere.
Yeah, but remember we were worried about the ice giants or the frost.
Yeah.
So if we're gonna take the ship, I think we take the ship to Oluda, and then if we decide to go through Corval Pass, we just send a message to have them come down and meet us at Lucia.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
But I think we could pick up our wagon, bring it to Alathan, maybe even sell it if we don't plan on keep using it.
Well, yeah, we can figure out the intimate details of it later, but it sounds like we're all in agreement that Ismar is next.
Yeah,
How we get there, we can figure out throughout the weeks.
Yeah, which comes back to Erwin now that he has more details of what our travels are. Are you planning to return home, or do you have plans for yourself?
My goal was pretty much complete here. Came to rid the undead and bring this marsh back to some essence of its former self. For the people and the creatures that live in it. I do have another goal, which is in line with y'all. I do wish that this war was over and the Talthar blockade in Cedric's Bay is gone. That way my family's business can continue to thrive. And it seems that the leader is responsible for these, these dragons. And I honestly don't think y'all could kill another without me. So if you will have me, I would accompany you on this journey.
I would love to have you. If everybody else in the party feels the same way.
You must wear a ring of dark vision, and then I will accept you.
I take my goggles and I snap them to my face. I already got it.
Sounds like we're all in agreement then, Maldor, Tegan.
See what I want.
Yep.
Well,
All right.
welcome to the ill-fated as a
I
permanent member.
kind of knock on the couch. Say, "What about you? Are you in?"
The two eyes pop up. Sure, why not? Sounds great.
All right.
He's only in because he gets to eat me if I die.
Oh, by the way, you got a great ass.
Okay.
Who's he talking to?
Yeah, was he talking to
No,
me
no.
or Thanos?
We're all sitting on chairs and shit.
Or is he talking to Maldor because of last night?
You don't know that.
We don't know who the chair was talking to, so
Yeah,
Sure.
we're just all confused.
it's a good session. I'm glad we finally killed Grugash. That was a
Yeah.
3-week-long fucking fight.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun though. Oh yeah, can I put water breathing in my spell book?
Yeah, that's fine. All right, I'm going to calculate experience points for everyone.
Hopefully you level up. Fingers crossed, sir.
We'll find out.
Oh, sorry, I accidentally made it a spell score. Because I put it in my inventory instead of my spell book.
Oh, you think Gurgesh is worth 19,000 experience?
Huh? No, the level 9 character that...
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he's below us.
Say, I don't know. That's a lot of experience.
Oh, it's a ritual cast. Hell yeah.
Well,
that
you
would
also
be-
got to count all the mushrooms we killed, and then the frog ate that
Well, that was
lizard
the whole
thing.
fort siege and everything too. Did we
Yeah.
level up
Yeah.
for that?
We got
Yes,
the
you got
XP for
experience.
that.
Yeah, but
we
that
did
was
that
we got
actually.
that last session. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like 3 sessions
And we
ago,
killed
yeah.
you killed the that night lady, so
We
you
killed
know,
the
cool.
Dragaling and a couple of those moss creatures.
We also get all the XP for not having to kill Sultoric Tower now, right?
No.
I tried.
You really think you would get... No. In fact, you're actually sharing a lot of experience with the frog.
Yeah, that's fine. He ate a Dragonling. I'm still impressed.
I was about to say, yeah. Wouldn't he ate a Dragaling and then he vaporized one of the moss creatures, right?
Got over the Chaos Bolt.
Yeah, he ate a couple of
Yeah.
those guys.
Little chaos bolt thing that he fired off. All right, so we have 7,700 experience each. That put 74,544 experience total, and then 64,009 experience total for.
Ooh,
Does that put you at a level up, or is that right below?
no. It's right below it.
No, that puts me right over it. I'm 99 over.
Yeah, it should be a level
Oh,
up.
yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
4,000
Hell
is
yeah.
the
Hey,
Nice.
grats.
I also dragged in 2 common bundle of thorn stems into your inventory, Thanos, if that's what you're doing for downtime during a little bit of
Yeah.
this. You're able actually to get that from the Trillius Fortress, right? Some of the actual tents things. There's actually some of the Rangers' backpacks and the tents and things there for harvesting and gathering that stuff over time. So you're able to find that, but it'll take some more time to get anything else in terms of days. That's time you don't necessarily want to spend just kind of venturing out
Yeah.
unless the party's all on board with that. So,
Nope.
yeah. Well, if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Hopefully you enjoyed the dragon fight. It was a number of days, which is awesome to see. I hope everyone enjoyed the flair and the awesomeness of that fight. It's a really cool fight. I love it. And the party has survived. The ill-fated, maybe not so ill-fated. in terms of their victory. Maybe just a little bit. I don't know. Yeah. So
We
hopefully
lucked into that win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And hopefully you join us next week, Saturdays at 11 a.m. PDT, and we look forward to seeing you again. So thanks so much for watching, and bye.
Bye,
Yeah,
chat.
later.